music. No. No, Alvin just waiting in silence, bro. Whoops. You Alvin just sitting there, just waiting. But yeah. Oh, like I'm a little bit late today because I was eating like right until now. I like way more food than usually. So we'll see if I'm like that well today. We'll see. But hello everybody. Welcome to the stream. Both my mods here in the beginning of the stream. That's crazy. Um and yeah, today's a tough day for me. I'm not entirely sure if we're gonna like be able to like do the entire length of the stream, or if we might want to like switch over to like D&D or Minecraft or something like this at some point. I had a very rough night, um, and so I'm not there entirely, but we'll see how it goes. And Grumpy, you were the first. Yeah. Minecraft DP. I got like so many comments on my like Minecraft tutorials telling me to make more tutorials. And I'm just like, how about uh, tutorial how to not tilt in Minecraft? Like that seems to be like my expertise right now. But maybe I gotta do something for the crowd and like get into some tech mode and do some tutorial. We'll see. And Minecraft is infested with children, brother. Minecraft, I feel like honestly, Minecraft is so wholesome sometimes. Like, I don't know, like I've been playing on this like public server, and like of course you need like certain safety measures of like, for example, like being able to like claim your chunk and stuff so that like nobody can like steal your shit, break your shit, stuff like this, right? But it's actually so wholesome because there's so many people who are just like when you like type something in chat of like, hey, somebody has like this and that and like can sell it to me, or like you know, like wants to make a trade or something, and then they come over and are just like, nah, you can have it for free, like go sister, you got it, you know. Or like oh yeah, I like now put it in a shop, like be quick, and then it's like the cheapest price which is like possible. It's like, I don't know, I feel like I personally had like really good experiences. And there's like so many people as well who just like make certain buildings just like available and essentially like free to everybody. So one person had like a shop or I don't know, like a stash maybe you can call it, where they, so on this like public server there's like chests which are like have different loot for everybody who opens them. Um and if you can still destroy these chests, and then like the other people won't get the loot out of them. But if you like, it's courtesy and like really nice to just like not destroy them. But then like everybody can open them and get their like personal loot. Like it's not like one person is like looting it away essentially, and then there's like nothing in there anymore. And this person like all brought these chests into one specific room, and you can't just like, you know, you can't destroy them and then set them up again, but you actually have to use like one of these like weird like cards or like carry them, which is a hell of a lot of effort, okay? And they just got like, I don't know, like 60, 70, whatever, how many chests into that one room, and you can just go into it and like open all of them. And like on one hand, it's like, okay, sure, like in Minecraft, also like finding the stuff is the thing which is fun, right? And to somebody like just starting, it might actually like take away the motivation to do anything, because it's like netherite chests and like end chests and stuff like this, where it's like, well, like now I have like all of this stuff I wanted to grind for free. Hmm. But I mean, at the same time, you don't need to do it, right? And at later levels, it's actually quite nice because if you look for like netherite upgrades or something, you don't have to like grind super long if you don't feel like it. Yeah. Anyways, detour in Minecraft. I see Indiana Jones. Don't worry. Oh, the fifth crazy shift in a row. Oh, damn. What's going on, Fluffy? Hi again. Everything's fine. Thank you, Judith. He says, I would book to read to overcome myself and be another person. How do you mean that specifically? Like, describe your goal more specifically. Mm, and I have to write like one message right now, but I forgot the word. Um, 20 staff people, and you had to entertain 3.5k people. That's all right. I mean, that's good to hear. At the same time, like sometimes I feel like it's not um as uncommon of a question, right? Like I feel like there's a lot of people actually who feel like they want to be somebody else or like want to change and they don't know how. But I think it's actually like really important that we don't try to be somebody else, but that we try to become the person we we would love, but sort of like with because so the difference between this is like you can like change, right? So you can make progress towards a certain goal. For example, if you feel like you're in like unreliable and that's like pissing people around you off and you want to become like a reliable, responsible person, that's something we can work on ourselves, right? Like it wouldn't mean that we want to be a different person. It would just essentially mean like we want to be ourselves, but we want to learn this skill we haven't learned so far. And sometimes, though, there's people who are like, where their goals are essentially so far from who they are right now that they honestly feel like, I just want to be a different person. Like, I just don't want to be me. And I think with having these goals, like a very big struggle is that if you can't connect the starting point where you are right now to your end goal, in like a logical way of like what you need to achieve that, then it's essentially impossible to work towards that goal because you don't know what the next step is going to be, right? And because of that, it's can sort of lead you to essentially just mask and pretend like you're already at your goal instead of actually like building all of the skills to get there, but just like mask and pretend you're there. And then it's going to lead to the switch of like grandiosity and depression. Because like in one moment you're masking perfectly and you feel grandiose, like, oh my god, I've achieved my goal. I'm this super reliable person who's loved by everybody. And you know? And then the next day you don't have energy anymore because you were overexhausting yourself and masking so much, or like this lying card house maybe falls in on itself, and then you switch to depression, and then you're back at your starting point, and you notice that you actually didn't make any progress because you just pretended to be at your goal, but you didn't work on getting closer to it. This is why it's so important to see where you are right now, to then be able to make out the next step, but actually like take yourself there and actually do the progress, and don't just pretend to be this new person. Good afternoon, Asta. Welcome, welcome. And hi, Wampa Stompa. That's a funny name. Um, I'm doing all right. I had a rough night, and I don't know, like it wasn't that easy. Um, so I was sort of like a bit low energy, and I guess like a bit sad as well. Oh, I didn't tell you guys. We're trying to adopt a cat right now, and we sent like a letter to like there's this website of like the like a like essentially like shelters like sort of coming together to have this website. So it's like all shelters of the entire country, and um so there you can just like apply to a cat. Like they write like a very nice description about the character of the cat and everything, and then um yeah, you can just like apply essentially to the cat. And we did apply to two cats already. And for the first one, she was just taken down from the website again. Um, because apparently there's been like so many reactions that they just were like it's too many people. We're just gonna like take her down. Um, and I don't know, we apparently were too late, I guess. And then with the cat we applied for after this one, they also told us there was a person who was like faster than us, who was gonna like meet the cat and see if it's a fit. And if it's a fit, then they can just adopt the one. And yeah, not us. And I'm like, I was already so invested in both of these cats. They seemed so nice. Like the character they described seemed so wholesome and so sweet. And yeah, and like we haven't applied for any new cat so far because I'm still heartbroken. Why is the world so cruel? What is happening, Asta? Thank you, Guy with I should adopt you, Grumpy. Ooh, I mean, maybe I would, but like I think you also need a visa. Kings, the like the stream here is about mental health, so we don't really go in depth about like questions about other topics like these if it's not sort of necessary. Also, I don't have a favorite cheese. Actually, German one called Berke. But I don't know how the name is in English, so thank you, Wampa. The shelf we actually build ourselves. So that's also why it's not yet finished, but there's still a lot of space to fill up. No, no, Grumpy. The visa to Vietnam was also declined. Did they say why? I mean, if you're cat shaped, sure. Hmm. Damn. I hope your vacation turns out to go somewhere, at least, somewhere nice. Hmm. What, Fluffy? Are there regular like kittens you can look at, or wanting to adopt a child cat? Right. Um. Well, it's like I could also make an appointment at specific shelters and look at all of the cats they have there. But because we like never had a cat before, I do want to get a cat which is um like from behavior, like sort of like easy, like a beginner cat. Um, like I don't feel confident to like apply for a cat which has like major anxiety struggles, for example, um, or has like trauma about like certain things, or has like very like high medical demands or something like that. So, and also like the cat we can like take only like needs to be an indoor cat. Like it can't be an outdoor cat. So that's already like sort of taking away a lot of the options. Yeah. So this is why we usually like use this website. Um, and don't go to the shelter because in the shelters there's actually like not as many cats. So yeah. I mean, you can also see it with the like cats we apply for like on that website, right? It's like there's like a lot of people want to have cats, like honestly. Drink is such a deep blue. This one? I mean, the glass is blue, you know. The drink is actually just like it's a citrus drink. It's just cloudy, basically. But it's like this is water. So this morning there was an old Karen cycling on a footpath and yelling at me. Can't walk there. I pointed at the red asphalt. What is the bike lane? I got called out kind of told to go back to my own country. Mind, I'm Dutch with Asian roots, but I'm white. I told her she lost it. She tried to attack me. Luckily, the police was close. And oh my god, what the hell? That's insane. I'm really sorry you went through that, but I'm glad the police was like close by and just like were able to instantly step into the situation. But damn, like I don't know what was going on with her, bro, but she must have had like a really bad time. Like why, like in what sort of situation are you when you just like at a like when you cycle when you yourself cycle on the footpath, then just instantly yell at the person walking there Like you don't even like, you don't even like ring the bell or like anything like that, you just instantly yell at them the entire time. And then you tell a white person to like get back to their own country where it's like, bro, like you just yell it at everybody now or what? Like, why? Like, this, what? This makes even less sense than like normal. I don't know, it just makes no sense at all. And damn, like that's. And then making jokes about their weight, like, is she in her right state of mind? Probably not. That's really insane. Yeah, I don't know what's like really. Yeah, the cyclists in Amsterdam are scary. Like in the Netherlands in general, right? But like not if you're on the footpath. Like if you're on the footpath, they like, like it doesn't, they're just scary if you're on the cycling lane. But damn. Like that's really annoying. But I'm so glad the police was there. Like honestly, instant karma. You're so right. So I hope you just, went to the police station and pressed charges. Yeah, that's amazing. Like, I hope she like gets some consequences and is gonna think of her way of life because what the hell? Like, I hope she gets help because she apparently needs it for sure. Doesn't seem socially adjusted at all. So, yeah. But you did it, Asta. You went through it, you lived. And I hope you take nothing she said into account. Like, she was clearly not in her right mind. Like, this wasn't about you. And I hope you don't think it was. Like, she just wanted to be mean, and you were the person she saw first. So, I hope you can just laugh about the like ridiculousness of that situation and don't take it serious. There's no such thing as a beginner cat in my experience. I mean, it's like a difference if you get like a deeply traumatized cat or like a cat which went for a car crash, right? It needs like heavy medical attention versus like a mm, regular, healthy cat, which like lived in a normal home before, you know. Looks like Powerade. Thank you for the follow, by the way. But definitely, I think like social media is part of it with the echo chambers. But it's not only social media. There's actually like a really nice book about. So first of all, I'm reading like a new book right now, actually about fascism. But this the like, first book I read about like fascism and humanism is actually really really nice, I think, and talks about this changing of society's values, essentially. And it's called To Fight Against This Age by Rob Riemann. So if you ever feel like reading, it's a really, really great book. It's one of my favorite books ever. Um, and I feel like it's really nicely talking about how society is changing and why it's changing. And it's already like, I don't know, I think like 10 years old or something. But it fits so well to the situation we have right now. Not gonna lie, I cried when I came home. I'm sorry for you. This was like a really, really scary situation. Like, even if it's just like this old lady attacking, right? Just receiving so much hate is really scary. Nobody wants to be a bad person like this. And I think sometimes we just question ourselves, like, what did we do wrong so that a person can hate us so much? But you didn't do anything to deserve this hate. Nobody deserves this type of hate. Maybe there's somebody you can get a hug from, your dog, or I don't know, maybe somebody from therapy. I don't know, I feel like we have to wait until I can step through the screen and hug you all in person. Then we would always do group hugs, really big group hugs. So I don't know. Maybe you can imagine this really big group hug, Asta. I don't want it to affect me, but it really hurts. In a weird way, right? I feel like sometimes when we've gone through a certain experience, the echo of it still haunts us, or it can feel like it. But it usually just does because we still feel the pain from back there. And I don't think this. I think probably this experience, gone through with a woman just brought up all pain of being hated, attacked, rejected. And I hope you can have grace with yourself. I hope you can understand why this is so scary to your body and to your mind. And why this hurts so much. And even if it would be nicer if it would hurt, have grace with yourself that it does. Like maybe there's something you can do for yourself to make yourself feel better, you know? Maybe there's this, like we talked about the inner child and the adult mode before, right? Your inner child is hurting right now. And I hope you can show it that it's loved and wanted, and then it's gonna be fine. Maybe you can treat yourself to some special food or special drink. Or do something you looked forward to. You know, like you would help a child who's hurt in that. You would hug it, you would let it cry. As long as it needs. You would just be there. You would try to, I guess, pull the attention slowly away from that topic to something it can look forward to, like ice cream or playing with the dog. You're going to make green curry cauliflower soup for dinner? Is that something you look forward to? Something special for yourself? What do you mean, Wumpa? Wumpa Stompa, what do you think is racist? Yes, because it's expensive to make it. Like a big chunk of my week budget. Why is A-star racist? What? Yeah, I don't see it either. Like if there's like any type of evidence, like for sure, we're gonna look at it. But uh at the moment you're just throwing around names. So we would like some evidence or some explanation for why you think that way. Wumpa, why? Like we want to take you serious, but we don't understand. Like I haven't seen anything about Asta so far which is concerning in that regard at all. Do that, Asta, do that. Like you were asking about the Discord, so the only thing I can think of is that Asta's profile picture, he doesn't have hair on his head. And if that's the only evidence, then that's pretty bad evidence. We can't help you if you don't tell us why you think that way, Wumpa. Like, there's no way to, like, if it's a misunderstanding, explain the misunderstanding or do anything to like solve this situation. Like, even if it were true, you're not giving us any evidence. And you do understand that we would need evidence, right? Like, if there would be like personal DMs to you or whatever, like we're happy to take action. We just need evidence, right? Yeah, I know, Asta. Like we haven't gotten like any evidence so far. Hi, Royal Ribbons, welcome, welcome. Like I don't know if that's like the reasoning, Asta, right? Like that was the only reasoning where I could come up with any sort of reason. Like I didn't get any reason from Wumpa so far. So like the only context available to me is that the message was like Wumpa said, "What is the Discord?" And then Asta answered to me on my question with going to make green curry, cauliflower soup for dinner. And then Wumpa was like, "Is this a racist channel?" Where it's like, how, why, huh? I don't understand. Like, there's like, I don't think it can be anything from the Discord even. Because Wumpa Sumpa, like I see right now, hasn't even joined there. So I don't even think it can be because Asta is like bald on his profile picture. So then it would need to be something which happened here in the stream. But the only thing Asta said is that he's gonna make green cauliflower soup for dinner. And then you explained why it's a special dish. So I don't know, like I would really like I want this to be a safe space for everybody. But if Oompa Loompa is not giving us any information, we can't do anything. Like so and sort of the sad thing is apparently to Oompa Loompa it's like super obvious. Because when I then like ask like, okay, like why would you think that? He's just like question mark, what? But then with the next message, he just talked about what is Craygram. So apparently then it was about something entirely different instantly. And like the topic was over. And now Oompa Loompa is just gone. So yeah. Yeah. Like it sounds like trolling or like a big ass misunderstanding. Where like there's like depending on like how deep into social media you are, right? There is like a bunch of stuff, for example, where like groups of people use synonyms to describe something else, right? So there's like there's some um like a friend of mine actually told me about like some conspiracy theory that were essentially like beef jerky and like McDonald's was used to talk about like human flesh. Um, and like something like this can be used, and if a person is like really, really deep into that rabbit hole, right? They might get the idea that everybody is talking about beef jerky now definitely means this thing and like nothing else, right? Because for sure, like everybody knows. The thing is, not everybody knows, right? So there's still gonna be people like at the supermarket who are gonna like ask the cashier of like, where's the beef jerky? And just want to buy beef jerky, right? So there's like there can be insanely big misunderstandings coming out of nowhere essentially. Just because we will always think from our perspective, right? Like we won't really be able sometimes to see the perspective of other people. And this is why like being open to other people's perspective and being open to them explaining you their perspective is so important. So like yeah, like I don't want to like seem like harsh here or whatever, but like if you ever have a problem with this stream or in the Discord or like in this community in general, like we do need evidence, right? Like if there should be consequences, we do need evidence. That's just a fact because there's gonna be trolls in this community. There have been trolls in this community. We can't just take your word for it. Like we do need evidence. There's always stuff you can do for yourself. If there's like if you haven't gotten evidence, but you already like don't like a person, you can, for example, like mute their messages, and then you just don't see their messages in the chat anymore, but you will still be able to take part in the community. Maybe you will see it here or whatever, but for example, in the Discord, you will just like not see their messages anymore. And that's a thing you can do for yourself. Apart from that, just we need like a screenshot or just like something really, like some logic at least, some perspective at least, to see where that information or opinion is coming from, to even be able to understand it for ourselves, right? Because like yeah, now it's like okay, there's been the essentially the conclusion has been made that like, okay, like Asta is racist, but there's like not like I don't see Asta being racist, so I don't like I can't understand that opinion right now. Like there is like I try to like check on the Discord and was like, okay, I guess he has a profile picture where he's bald. Maybe, you know, that's something where like a person could like misinterpret that or something, right? Um I think they were referring to as the misspelling of Chunk. But that's the thing. Before, like, he was being called racist before that already, right? Like, after, like, he said, like, is this a racist channel? Oof. And then, like, Esther said, like, uh the, like, yes, because it's expensive to make it. It's, like, a big chunk of my weed budget. And, yeah, then it was like, okay, he's very fucking racist, right? So it's, like, a thing where, like, there's no way how we can understand. So it's like, yeah, you know. But then later on, I saw that like Wumpa didn't even join the Discord, so he can't have seen like Asta's profile picture or whatever. So yeah, I just got in. Yeah, no worries. But it's I don't know. Like there's no explanation, so there's nothing we can do. There's nothing even Asta can do. Like Asta can't explain out anything or whatever because he doesn't even know what he did wrong, right? So yeah. So for us right now, sadly, it's honestly it has the same amount of influence like a troll would. Because there's nothing to take it serious with. Because there's no hint of information we can go off of to understand the situation. So yeah. Well, Asta, you know what you are, and that's the most important. And I hope you're doing fine. You already had a pretty rough day. Yeah. Like Fluffy, if you could just like DM Wumpa about like what the hell they meant. Because like this is supposed to be a safe space, right? But it's just there's nothing we have to go off on. And there's nothing we can fix and if we don't understand the reason. Like there's not much responsibility we can take if there's no information on our side. So and I think apart from that, I would like if there's nothing coming back, then I would still ban Wumpa, you know, because it's essentially the same end result as a troll. Like if there's no possibility to talk about any of it, if there's no possibility to resolve any of it, um this is harming the community because it already has like hurt Asta. What's the subject topic you're talking about? Well, yeah, right now it was this happening, right? Um, and before we were actually talking with Asta about how we had a really shitty experience actually today of yeah, being like yelled at, cursed at, and attacked on the street from an old granny. As like, was it an old granny or an old lady or like some cyclist? You've been called a racist because of being bald. Bald, I mean. Now, may I ask you a question on a mental health topic? Yeah, for sure. Go for it. Yeah, I feel like sometimes if you're like so far into like a certain group, right, Asta? Like I was saying, the example of like when you're like really like into that rabbit hole, um, then it can seem to you like everybody knows what like this sort of is about, and like everybody would like have the choice to like say that or don't, and like intentionally does like adhere to this sign, right? But like specifically with being bald, it's like, bro, this is a really bad sign. Yeah, I think there's a really nice view on life because definitely, like the ups and downs are part of it. It's not a straight line. Takes pretty curvy, and everything about that is just life. Yeah, that's the shiny wall. So, animal rights. What type of question did you want to ask? Had a small talk with a granny. Aw. Relationships. The way the world is today, very few people try to build something to last. Everything is just a throwaway once used in the field. Is this me being pessimistic or just myself in a depressed state? So I do feel like that we have a bunch of people with problems, right? I do think that the general societal direction we're going, where like people are just really tense about what's going to happen next politically. And I don't honestly think that's low key on the entire planet. Like, there's so much tension between governments and so many things happening that I do feel like it's probably a objective opinion to say it's people are like tense and scared to see what's going to happen. and that's going to influence them. And I do feel like that, for example, like with social media and stuff like this, negative news are more prominent. Um, and there's just so many news because we're like globally connected, right? That's because people look for help. There's so many like calls for help we receive. And this can sometimes make you like put you already in a sort of negative headspace. So I do feel like it definitely could influence our everyday life and relationships and everything like that. Um, but I do think that there's definitely still people who want to build something which lasts and who don't just like throw away people, but who actually are looking to people to hold on tightly, maybe even more tightly than normal. So I feel like depending on sort of the coping styles we have, it's this fear or more elevated sense of um, fear can either make us pull back easier and faster, and then, yeah, like let people go, cut people off quicker than before because we don't feel like we have the capacity. Or it can make us cling to people way more than before because we feel like we desperately need them, right? Mm. Good night, too. Thank you for being here. Good on you for fixing your sleep schedule. Um, so I feel like maybe it's a bit of both animal rights, you know? Like possibly it's a bit more that we're like on the like from like being like a more average curve of like this, going a bit more into the like the extremes are more than the middle ground. Um some people cannot be helped. Spent uh 3 years on and off with someone who I helped get off of drugs, drank to be sacked of twice for old friends, went back down the same drug path with his so-called friends. What point do you give up on someone? Sorry if I'm into detail. Hmm. I think I think you give up on somebody if your boundaries are not being respected. Like if there's no cooperation to maintain like your boundaries and their boundaries and like to make it work, you know. Um Money Crow Twix, do you have like is that a language barrier thing? Like do you want us to actually explain the meaning of the name or um what specifically are you asking here? Because this could be interpreted kind of rude actually. Of like so you know? So it would help us if you sort of okay, what like XOXO means? Actually, yeah, guys, actually, I don't know. I know it's like it's sort of like an old thing. From like, from when was it? Hugs and Kisses? Oh yeah, okay. But it's like pretty. It was like in school time, I think. Definitely a few years, yeah. Okay, so coming back to back to animal rights message. Yeah. Um, just to diffuse on any situations because like why animal on the right though? Animal rights is like well, yeah, It's just like fighting for rights of the animals. For example, if like how they're being like farmed essentially, like if they have like good conditions, um, and stuff like this. Like there is a lot of quite cruel methods to get animal products. Have you not heard the term animal rights so far? Or hi Jarb, welcome. What that mean? Like don't eating meat? Um, I guess it like sort of depends on the person what it means. Like for some people, it definitely entails being like vegetarian or vegan even. But for some people, it's also just the fact that like if we do farm them and like the animal products we do get from animals, we want the animal in question who's like gonna die for this product to have a decent life and a decent death. Because there's some like really cruel methods how to get these products. Um, where the animals are yeah. Yeah, but it's the way we eat animal. So like yeah, like for some people like they turn vegetarian or vegan because they actually don't really um like they can't, you know, it's not worth for them. Like they just feel like I rather like have the animals be alive and like only eat like vegetarian or vegan products. And nowadays that entirely works and we have the possibility to do that, right? Because we don't need to like hunt and like if we can't find enough berries and whatever, then well, it needs to be an animal, otherwise we die. But we just have a supermarket, right? Like we can easily just buy like vegan or vegetarian products. Um, but yeah, again, like for other people, it just means that the way we kill them is humane. Like the way we farm them is humane. So, for example, it can be that with chickens, that we want the chickens to like live on like on some grassland and have actually like grass under their feet, see the blue sky, you know, like have a decent amount of space and like be healthy instead of being like caged up in like metal cages and like hurting their entire life, never being able to like walk or um yeah, you know. I mean, this goes then like very in tune with that, right? Because yeah, like a lot of the animals, like you probably like know a lot about this as well. Like there's a lot of like cruel methods where like the animals suffered their entire life until they died, to the point where actually they have like so many stress hormones in their bodies that it's arguably not even healthy. Or they have like super many like got like super much medication and stuff like this, where like you as like the person like um eating the animal like then also get stuff of that medication. So yeah, seems you're actually sort of like in the same boat as animal rights. That like the animals shouldn't suffer before they die. But yeah, like if you can, it would be really helpful if you phrase your questions a bit more sort of like positively, that the person knows that you're not trying to um like that you're not like ridiculing their opinion or like think they're wrong, but that you're actually curious about what they have to say and like why they think that way. Let's go, Drago. I hope it's gonna be nice. So, we're gonna go back um, to answering the last question of animal rights or mental health. Um, just don't be soft. I'm not here to hurt anyone. Just have a talk. Well, here are very many sensitive people because it's a mental health stream, right? And also, it's just a thing where, like, with text, like, it's a lot is up for like interpretation, right? So it's always nice to make sure that the interpretation goes as followed, um, and goes as intended. Yes, this is a mental health stream. So this is not like, like this is like if you just like want to talk with people. Um, this is a special stream. Like this is not your average like Twitch community where you just like say whatever, right? Like this is something where you take care of what you say. You take care that like you try to clear up misunderstandings. You take responsibility for misunderstandings and all of that. All right. That's also honestly, I think that's it's on one hand, of course, like okay, but it's fair, you know. Like I think if you don't want to put in that effort, like it's actually it's beneficial for the community if you're not take if you don't take part in it. Just because to take I like to have this community be a safe space where everybody can be vulnerable. Um yeah, it takes effort to be nice to each other, to be kind to each other, to be how you say that, to be like mm, I don't know, like to be soft to each other. I don't know. I don't. I can't phrase it better right now. Well, it's just I wouldn't say like if you're not able to communicate, right? Like that's a like tiny bit much. But if you're not like if you don't want to put the extra effort in to communicate in a way where like everybody feels like as safe as possible and can be as vulnerable as possible. But yeah. Because I low key ditched the question of animal rights to halfway like diffuse the situation and like put the effort in so like um stuff is not going wrong. And I can't do that the entire time. It takes extra effort, and I would like to actually be able to focus on, for example, questions where we should talk about like boundaries instead. I hope so too, but I don't know why from the morning I feel really panicky inside. I have no idea why. Maybe, Dragu, you can make some like mental exercise where you essentially think about what specifically you're scared or panicky about. And you can do like a mental exercise where you essentially think about like what's upcoming on the day and like put it in different boxes and are like, okay, if I were to only do that part, or if I were to only do that part, or if I were to do this like very shortly only, or something like this. Like if you change the situation a bit and take out certain elements and put in other elements, Like maybe you're able to find out what sort of situation scares you more than other situations, which is going to bring you a bit closer to what is actually scary to you. And then maybe you can like help yourself to deal with that fear. Thank you, Animal Rights. Dark Knight, welcome. I mean, as that just happens sometimes, right? It's part of life. It's part of communicating as well. Like with some people we click, with others we don't, and it's fair. Doesn't mean they're like bad people, right? Doesn't even mean they had like bad intentions. And I don't think we actually. I feel like for ourselves, right? Um, it's actually better when we don't give that narrative to them. Because if we write that narrative that they wanted to hurt us or something, then we feel like people are out there to get us, right? The accusations are just to hurt. We don't know actually. Maybe there was something Wumpa Stompa thought of like, you must have meant that racist. I mean, Wumpa Stompa didn't stay to troll further, right? But they actually left. Which is to me actually a sign that they feel like this is true. And they felt like this community is not a safe space. It doesn't need to mean that it's right. It doesn't need to mean that the accusation they put on you was correct. The most, like, the sort of best explanation I have is that it was just a miscommunication. That, like, in their interpretation, something you said was like they've seen it as racist, and like nobody of us was like able to like relate to that. So it might have been like a very, very niche type thing, but yeah. Thank you, Fluffy. Thank you for being here. See you next time. Never heard about that. I'll try, but I don't have much time for it today, unfortunately. Animal rights, by the way, is it okay that we're sort of like putting your topic on hold for a moment? Like, I'm gonna get back to it. I didn't forget you. I don't know. I'm like waiting for that moment where I I have a bit like time, but I don't think that's gonna be it. So I'm gonna answer to Dragoo and sort of finish that because I started it before, and then I'm gonna come back to you. Is that fine for you? Is that good? Um. So, but it never happened to me. Like being scared of something I like, it makes me not want to go there, which is not me. I'm a weirdo. So the thing is, it doesn't make you a weirdo. This actually happens to a lot of people. It happened to me today, actually. I didn't feel like the stream so much. I can't like I'm sorry guys. Hate to burst the bubble here a bit. But I was so close to canceling the stream today. You can't even see it. It's like a nanometer, okay? Because I was sleeping bad. I had sort of like a shit evening yesterday as well. I felt so out of energy. And also, honestly, I was like, and now let me explain to you why I was actually scared of today. Because even though this is something I love doing, even this is something I really like doing, I love talking to you guys, I felt resistance to do it and low key scared to do it because the last time um I put in the slow mode, right? Like this is pretty new, and there was a viewer from some time ago. Like they already were actually like a part of the stream for quite a while, like from before I switched to English. And they came in and just sort of said like, "Oh, there's like a bigger unfollow event than the switch to English," and then just left. And I was honestly really hurt by that statement. And it made me really insecure because I'm also insecure about the slow mode. Like I think it does something really good for our stream here because I'm able to keep up with the chat and everything. But at the same time, I personally don't like slow mode. Like I would, and it's just like I also don't like when we have to like when I'm like so far behind chat, right, and can never keep up. And we're so sort of like delayed from each other because I'm reading chat messages from like 15 minutes ago. So logically, I know this is the right decision I made, and we needed slow mode here to keep intact this vibe of our community. But in my heart, I was really insecure about it and really insecure about changing something because I'm scared that people are not going to like it. Like, I was streaming for quite a while, right, since 2018. And I low key killed my community a couple times. Especially in the beginning where I just didn't know why, so how everything works, right? Like in the beginning, I was streaming like a few games. It was going really well. And then I was still studying back then. And then I stopped for streaming for like 1.5 months for my exam phase to be able to like properly learn and do the exams and everything. And I just thought like, okay, like everybody, like after I'm back, like everybody's gonna come back, right? That's not actually the case. Like with stream, it's a lot of this like momentum where like people stick around or don't. And it's like sometimes it's also like I switched to like streaming without camera at some point. Then I switched to streaming with a camera again at some point. And all of that changed my community. And yeah, I was just sort of scared how the slow mode is going to change our community. And if people are going to leave, which I really like to have here. And I don't know. And then the other thing is actually why I was like scared of it is because I was already like a bit exhausted and I have not been doing a good job at leaving at the right time. Like you all know, I sort of like do want to like technically have left at 5. Um like at like 5 hours, like essentially like I don't want the stream to ever go over 5 hours. And I would actually like the stream to end around like 4 hours 30. So that I have enough energy to like make myself food, do healthy stuff for me, like recharge and all of that, right? And the last times I've been not doing that. And because I've not been doing that, it's actually been low key scary to me today to start because I've also like already been a bit exhausted and my body essentially was like, I don't trust you to stop at that time. And that's why I rather don't have you start at all. Because I can't trust you that you're not going to push yourself too much. I can't trust you that, you know, that you're going to take proper care of myself. And I've been neglecting that. I've been thinking like, oh, but it's only a bit longer and like I'm just going to try again and again, but I need to be more um yeah, more consistent with that. And something like this is just yeah, can make you scared of something you like because you actually like it so much that you're scared that it's gonna be different, or scared that it's not gonna be the same, or scared that something is gonna go wrong. So maybe you're scared of the MMA thing, Drago, because I don't know, maybe you have sort of like you think maybe you're not as good as it at before, or like maybe there's gonna happen something again, or maybe the people are gonna be different, or maybe like there can be like so many things. So, don't tell yourself you're weird. It's a very normal thing to be scared of doing something you love because you have certain expectations for it, which can be disappointed. So, yeah, my weekend was fine, Jarv. Hi, Pokey. Thank you, Dark Knight. Yes, if you can all like remind me today to like at like so I would love to end when the stream has been going on for 4 hours 30, to put it in a way how like everybody, like not depending on their time zone, can understand. Um so it would be really nice if we could start the like belly stretching, belly braving and stretching and all stars routine at 4 hours. That would be really good. And yeah, at 5 hours, I want to definitely for sure be done today. But like rather before, because today has been exhausting. Can I trauma dump for a bit? Well, you do know, Pokey, we don't really trauma dump here, right? Because trauma dump is not really like it's not a way where we can offer help. Like you can seek, for example, emotional support here. And then this is something we can help you with. Or like advice or something, and that's something we can help you with. But trauma dumping specifically is something where essentially you don't like you disregard the feelings of the other people in that moment. Like you don't care if they can like take it or not, or how they feel about it, or their boundaries or whatever. Um, and there's also like nothing sort of really coming from it, because it has like you don't really like expect anything from it. It's more like about that just dumping it out. Um Instead of actually like wanting to talk about something or wanting emotional support from it. Like it's a very sort of self-centered thing, which happens with not much control. So if you seek emotional support with something which happened or whatever, then like for sure. But if that's like if it's actually trauma dumping, sort of by definition you want to do, then this is not the place in this stream, right? And I do need to ask, Animal Rights, are you still here? Because I would um finish what I've been wanting to say to you the entire time. We will kick you out of your own stream for your own good. Yeah. Like maybe we can do it today. Like I believe in us that we can like end at like 4 hours 30. It sounds so hard, but seeing how you can reflect on that, I'm sure you're gonna be fine. Yeah, but only because I reflect on it. So it's actually like really important to do so. Right, Ragu. So that's why I'm telling you, like, try to find out why that is, where that fear is coming from, and do reflect on it. Because I feel like if I haven't reflected, like, if I wouldn't have reflected on it, like, yesterday and like today and the day before, um, I wouldn't have made it to the stream today. And there was actually a thing I did for myself to make it easier today, which was that I actually I didn't decide on if I'm gonna stream or not. Well, okay, I did decide that I'm gonna stream. I didn't decide what I'm gonna stream. So I was like, I'm just gonna like show up and sort of depending on how I feel, I'm gonna like switch to Minecraft maybe or do a D&D stream instead, or like I'm gonna sort of like change according to the situation. And what I did as well was sort of like set myself sort of as a plan was that yeah, that I'm gonna like talk about it and I'm gonna talk about how yeah, it's been a tough day and um not like I guess like try to be something I'm not, like don't like I'm not gonna pretend to be like super out and about, you know. Yeah. High tainted wisdom. With this blizzard and it's snow. Do you mean actual blizzard and snow? Like I'm yeah, I think I'm scared of the people because it's not the same place. And even though everyone who does martial arts is really humble and nice, I feel like they will hate me and like my family. So, I see, Drago. You know, if like it's amazing that you already know what it is. It's really good you've been able to like reflect on that. And apart from that, maybe now you can, you know, like have grace with yourself about that and sort of kind of acknowledge that okay, this is going to be hard. And you're facing a big fear here. Like, this is not ridiculous. This is not small or something. This is not easy. But you're doing something scary there. And it will take courage and it will take energy. So make sure that you know, treat yourself with grace, like you're about to do something courageous. Like be proud of yourself that you're like that you want to do it and you want to show up. And maybe also be like, okay, like if this is what I'm scared about, I'm only gonna like go there first and I'm gonna check all the people out and I'm gonna check out if I like them or not. And if I don't like them and if I still feel scared there, then I'm gonna go home. I don't have to I don't have to stay the whole thing. Because sometimes people like especially who've like been are like good at sports and stuff can be the people who are sort of bad at respecting their own boundaries. Like they can be, you know, very easy to be like, no, I made that decision. Like I just have to do it, and if my emotions don't, you know, like whatever, I gotta do it. Like I can't like go back on my decision. Like I said, I would train this much or whatever, you know. But, that's like if you just like suppress and ignore your fear like this, your fear is going to find different ways how it can save you because that's what it's trying to do, right? It's trying to save you, it's trying to protect you. So you need to cooperate with that fear and be like, okay, I see that could be really scary, really dangerous. So how can we make that better? How can we make it that we either have like more motivation to face that fear, like that can help to be like, okay, if I'm like going through this training and everything, and if I just make it to the end, I'm gonna reward myself with like going to a restaurant or something. No? Because then something we like feel really scared about or something shitty even can be still worthwhile, you know? Like we might be like, okay, like I'm gonna be scared for like I don't know, like an hour, but then I get really good food, so it might be worth it, you know? Um and then the other thing is just like setting the expectations lower and being like, I'm like, you don't have to worry about me just ignoring the fear. But we're just gonna see if it's actually that bad. Like we're gonna like I see you, I see that you're scared of the people, and okay. So we're gonna check them out, and if they don't seem nice, we're just gonna go. But we gotta check it out, right? Like we don't know for sure. Like maybe, maybe not. So, and the thing is with like I'm okay with getting hurt, but scared of people. I actually have uh, a study on that. Like it's not my study; it's a study I've read. Um, it's this one. And it says the pain of social rejection. And blah, 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 blah. I'm gonna read you the most important part. I think I found it. So, to study rejection inside an fMRI scanner, the researchers used a technique called cyberball, which Williams designed following his own experience of being suddenly excluded by two frisbee players at the park. In cyberball, the subject plays an online game of catch with two other players. Eventually, the two other players begin throwing the ball only to each other, excluding the subject, compared with volunteers who continue to be included. Those who are rejected show increased activity in the dorsal anterior cingulate and the anterior insula, two of the regions that show increased activity in response to physical pain, Eisenberger says. As far as your brain is concerned, a broken heart is not so different from a broken arm. And then the second interesting part to this. So first of all, like physical pain and emotional pain is actually low-key the same to your brain. And the second part is those findings led the Wall, Eisenberger, and colleagues to wonder if social rejection aches like physical pain can it be treated like physical pain. To find out, they assigned volunteers to take over the counter acetaminophen Tylenol or placebo daily for 3 weeks. Compared with the placebo group, volunteers who took the drug recounted fewer episodes of hurt feelings and daily self-reports. Those reports were backed by an fMRI study, which found that people who had taken acetaminophen daily for 3 weeks had less activity in the brain-related brain regions when rejected in cyberball, in contrast to those taking a placebo. So if you've ever heard somebody who's like low-key depressed to get addicted to pain meds, you now know why that makes sense, right? Yeah, exactly. It's like for your brain, it's the same. So it's a really, really interesting study. And it's actually like really important to understand, right? Because what this essentially means is that this whole thing of like, oh, take like emotional pain seriously and stuff like this, and for example, also like mental struggles and stuff like this. It's not just this like mental health awareness thing of people being like, yeah, like be nice to yourself and like blah blah blah. It's not just like it's not just like a positive mental state or whatever. It's actually backed by evidence. Like it scientifically makes sense to not treat your emotional pain different to your physical pain, but take it serious and not just suppress it or try to not think about it or whatever, because you wouldn't do the same when you would have like a big cut on your hand or something, you know? Yeah. A foot of snow already? Damn. If you have like pictures painted with them, I would love to. By the way, guys, have you seen the new changes in the Discord? I yesterday evening. So I was talking to our mods a lot, and I made like a lot of different plans actually on like how we can improve this community and what we might sort of do. Well, I just explained to you how this stream was like low-key scary to me, right? Because I'm like, I'm sort of like worried how that we're gonna lose this sort of intimate um talking communication um situation here if there's gonna be more people at some point. Um so I was making like a lot of plans how we can like if the viewers get more, how we can like maintain the same like vibe in the chat here and how we can like still maintain like people having like an easy time to actually become part of the stream here with their topics and stuff like that. But apart from that, I also want the community to thrive, right? And we are a community where like um we're like we might need a little help to thrive. So I set up a good news bot actually, which in the good news channel we have in the Discord is like automatically posting good news stories, because we had this topic in the last stream of all these like negative news, right? And just like people being like, I just can't watch the news anymore. I'm getting like, I'm turning so pessimistic and sort of paranoid, and you know. And so, with keeping that in mind, one of the things you can do against this, right, is either, of course, you reduce the amount of negative news you're watching, and for example, like, or like reducing your time on social media and stuff like this. Um, but there's going to be some news we want to inform ourselves about, because we do need to like vote properly, like maybe like like to actually like change something in our society. We would need to protest at some point and stuff like this. Like there's certain things we like shouldn't avoid knowing about, because we actually should do something about. But to be able to like do that and have the energy for that, I think it's like really important actually to maintain hope and the belief in humanity. So with that, I set up the good news bot of like a few Reddit threads about like first of all like the Reddit thread about happiness, and then we have like a few like good news media websites, and then we also have the wholesome Reddit thread, and yeah, with that, oh, and then we have the congrats like I'm five Reddit thread as well. And then we have in the memes channel, we have another one which is Hope posting, which is like low-key making like positive mental health memes. Um, and yeah, I just hope you're gonna like these changes. I hope benefit the the stream and our community. Um, and the next thing I want to do is I want to set up like a Minecraft server for everybody in the community where we can essentially like spend time with each other without having to talk about our like struggles and stuff like this, which is like have some balance so that like in the streams here where we talk about the mental health, we can talk about our struggles and everything. But then on the other hand, we also know each other where we just can, you know, enjoy the time with each other and get to know each other from a more lighthearted, positive side. Have you tried Hytale instead of Minecraft? No, I didn't. I'm also like, honestly, like, I would say, like, you know what? I'm like instantly gonna do it. But I turned into an absolute hermit in terms of like trying new games. Like, I just don't. Like, there's like I don't know, like back in the day, I learned new games for like fun sometimes, but it was still not really good, right? Like I was always the person like I had my games and these games I played, and that was it. Like I didn't really, um try many different things or whatever. And like now that I'm like doing the mental health stream, I'm like reading on the side. I have like all of my creative hobbies. It's just like I gave up on it. I just don't do that anymore. I don't think it's using my time most efficiently. So it could like the thing is like it could also be like Valorant and League, right? But with Valorant and League, it's just like an online game. It's not like you have like a server where like only your homies are at, right? So yeah, I want to make like a Minecraft server, but I'm gonna ask on the Discord if there's like somebody in the community who has like some server space left to actually like if there's just like by chance a person who can host us a server, and we don't need to pay for it because that would be cool. But we'll see. I think I'm gonna ask later. You should also take a break from Twitch or leave it altogether for your mental health. Um, I guess, yeah, I mean, depends, right? It all depends. It all depends with like social media as well. Like for some people, they use social media actually very positively. Like I'm not one of those persons. So like I'm definitely like I'm restricting my time on like Instagram and TikTok and everything because I know that I just like my algorithm is like only bad news, bro. Like I can't like I just it's not good, okay? It's not good. So I can't spend much time there. Um but some people, for example, like my sister's actually, like she told me like no, like her Instagram is not like that at all. Like she just has like cat pictures and funny cat videos. Like her feed is essentially like cats and recipes and that's it. And then it's like, you know, like that's fair. That's fair. That like I understand why you like spending time on Instagram then, and why it's actually like sort of like nice for your life. Not for me, but I'm glad it works for her. But this is why, like, I definitely like have my timer in like 10 minutes, no more. But yeah, like for her, it's like it doesn't need to be like this. Like, so it's like a thing where like I feel like it's like just with everything else in mental health, right? Like you just need to like individually like look at your life and be like, okay, like what is beneficial for my life and what isn't, right? Like maybe Twitch is a space where, for example, completely like unbiased, completely unbiased example, where you like take part in the stream and it's like actually like mental support for you to like hold on to maintain hope and it's a good influence on your life, right? Maybe you're binge watching Twitch the entire time to the point where all of your energy is gone and all of your dopamine is gone and you're just, like procrastinating and like coping hard. And then you maybe want to do something against it. But it's a thing where like it's individual, right? So like people need to see what they like and don't like doing. Very supportive person. Much respect to you for that. Thank you. I just noticed that like when I help people, people help me, if that makes sense. Like it's not even like sometimes that like, where it's like the same type of help, but just helping people is nice and feels nice. And that's helping me, if that makes sense. Like, I don't know. So you're recommending me to take painkillers or drugs? I like that. No, sorry, bad joke. I mean, I guess it makes sense. I mean, kind of forced myself to go there because I alright bought the clothes, bandages, gloves, etc. Spend bought monthly membership, so I have to go there because I wouldn't otherwise. Well, I mean, you can still like there is like it's not the goal to avoid anything you're scared of, right? So just to make that clear, like it's not the goal to avoid anything you're scared of. But if you see the fear and you can acknowledge it instead of like suppressing it, you can, like you want to be brave instead of suppressing your fear. You do you understand the difference I mean here? Like if you're brave, you essentially you look in the face of fear and you do it anyways. You do it even though it's scary. And you're you're acknowledging the fear. You're acknowledging that it's maybe like risky or something like this, but you do it. And there's going to be sort of like precautions you do as well to do it. So there's going to be like either like you ask for support from your friends or you give yourself some extra motivation or like like there can be like a lot of also like circumstantial things you give yourself to support yourself to face that fear. Um so it's different to just suppressing your emotions and being like, no, doesn't make sense that it's scary. I'm gonna do it anyways. No, it's very, yeah, very different. It's sort of like the difference is essentially like you're like babysitting a kid, but it can like walk already and stuff and talk. And it's a difference between like the kid is scared of something and you just like you take it by the hand and you essentially low-key kidnap it and force it to do the scary thing of like jumping off whatever, or you take the hand from the kid like this and are like, hey, like you can do it. Like I believe in you. Like I know it's scary, but we're just gonna, I'm gonna show you how it works. I'm gonna jump before you, and then like I'm gonna be there to like catch you if anything happens. But like you can do it. I believe in you. And like if it really turns out too scary, you know, like we can always go back. No worries. And then the kid is gonna follow you out of free will. And that's the difference. Yes, Esther, let's go. Hi, Wodowski, welcome, welcome. What YouTubers I watch? I watch Michael Reeves. um, I really like Michael Reeves videos. Um, um, there's a YouTuber called Boy Boy. I really like his videos. They're very, very controversial, but um, I really like them. He always like he takes a controversial topic and then makes a video which goes essentially like low-key way too far, but it's one of those things where like with uh how do you say that with um how do you call these people who are essentially like critiquing, for example, like politics or society with like making jokes about it, like drawing these like little pictures and stuff like this. Like it's essentially like that. Like he's making like it's essentially like social critique or like government critique. Um and yeah, I guess you need to be the right person to like that. Nice, Nick Wood. Welcome, welcome. Good for you, Dark Knight. I'm so glad. There's burgers and cooking. Oh, damn. What type of patty is that? Like, is it meat even? It looks so light. Yeah, maybe I just need to train my Instagram to like only like cat things. All right, let's see you on Thursday, animal rights. And yeah, now we're sadly like gone for a bit in the middle, right? Or maybe you just didn't hear me because of ads or something. Um, but I initially had the intention still to like answer to the boundary thing. But it's really about boundaries. It's like you leave somebody when you can't do it anymore, you know? Like there's like it takes energy to like take like help somebody out of drugs and some like this, or like for example like be dumped for like old friends and stuff. And it's okay to say like I can't do this anymore. Like this sort of like on and off and like unsafe attachment, and then you just like, you know, like I put in the work and like you're absolutely worth it, but then you just like throw it away like this is not something where I feel like I can do it. And that's like entirely fine. So be like a stoic is a is that is that stoicism? No, I don't think I mean stoic. Like, I guess to an like stoic, like the Oxford language definition is apparently like the endurance of pain or hardship without the display of feelings and without complaint. Like, that's low key, like I get where you're coming from. Um and then the second one is an ancient Greek school of philosophy founded by blah blah blah, where are indifferent to the vicissitudes, to do's, I don't know, of fortune, and to pleasure and pain. And it's like you don't need to be indifferent. I don't think like you can be indifferent, but I feel like if you don't need to be. And if it's not in your nature, I think it's probably in nobody's nature, honestly. I don't think it makes that much sense. Like I feel like it's like putting yourself in a box and like trying to, like if you feel like this and it like aligns with you very well, then like for sure do it. Um, but I feel like I don't know, like the endurance of pain or hardship without the display of feelings or and without complaints can also very well mean suppressing your feelings. And I think this is low-key the probably most successful way of actually being able to endure pain or hardship without the display of feelings and without complaint. So I feel like the chance that you slip into just suppressing your feelings is pretty high with stoicism. And I don't think that makes sense. So I don't know, like for me to be able to like, like see my fear and come to terms with my fear and like take that kid by the hand and like lead it here was with emotion, was with talking about my feelings, showing my feelings to my husband, to friends. So it was very much not stoic. Ah, I see, yes. I see, Dark Knight. Wait, it's pronounced stoic? I've been saying stoic for 6 years of philosophy degree. Yeah, I think it's stoicism. I don't know, I just said it like pronounced differently. Let me check.
Stoicism.
Stoicism. And stoic?
Stoic.
Stoic. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Was correct. But welcome to the chat. John Romero. You've been saying it for 6 years of your philosophy degree. Did nobody tell you though? Like, did everybody around you also say it like this? Maybe it's like one of those things where, like, because there are some words, or at least I've heard of, where, like, if you're, like, really deep into that rabbit hole, you say them differently. Because there is, like, some information which isn't, like, common knowledge, or even, in like actually like sort of like a like how we usually say that word or how like officially we say that word, but it's like a thing of like, oh, but this is how like where that word was coming from, and that's why we should technically more speak it like this or whatever, you know. And then people say it different. So I don't know, like maybe stoicism or like stoic also has that. Yeah. It's better than the Dutch version of that word. What is, do I want to know the Dutch version? Oh my god. How do you say the first E? It's not being affected by things that affect you. Not let yourself be controlled by the things that affect you. Buddhism, there's a principle called two arrows, life shoots. I guess, like, yeah, I don't know if, like, what is the, like, original thing or whatever, right? Um, but I feel like if you, like, see it like this, then, like, for sure, it's definitely better. Um, but I think it's important with, like, stuff like this to definitely explain that the point is not to, like, try to be somebody else who's, like, not affected by your emotions, or, like, try to, um, like, not feel emotions. That's how you, like, end up suppressing them. Like, I feel like it's definitely important when you talk about this to explain, I guess, a bit more in depth how you, like, how you handle these emotions. Um, so I guess I can, like, um so for example, with, like, exposure therapy, um it's like when I did it, it's a thing where you, like, you don't try to, like, not feel what you feel. Like, you try to actually experience and be curious about your, like, how your body feels, where you feel the fear, what you fear actually, and all of these things. So you try to stay very connected to your body, if that makes sense. Um, but you still do what you want to do. And this is, like, with a lot of sort of, like, anxiety related things. This is essentially how, like, how you deal with it. Like, you don't give them, like, too much attention. Um, and you're sort of like, okay, so I'm scared of this. Okay. Like, sort of like good to know, but, like, this is not like a reality or something. It's also something where you, like, you don't want to get stuck in that thought of, like, why do I think that? Like, I'm so weird, or, like, something is wrong with me, and, like, where is this coming from? And, like, you can do that, like, sometimes to, like, if there's sort of like a traumatizing experience which is, like, at the bottom of it or something, that can help in that moment. But you don't really want to interact with that, like, too much, because if it's something like anxiety where, like, the realistic risk is sort of, like, fairly low, the thing you essentially want to get out of is that your body notices you did it and nothing happened. Because anxiety like this can feel very definitive. Like, it can feel like a factual statement of, like, this is gonna happen to you. Like, this is not only like a 2% chance, but this is gonna happen to you. And then what helps us to actually get over that anxiety is to face that fear to a certain amount we can face, because at some points we like can't face it in a way anymore where we are connected to our body, but we will always end up in like coping mechanisms or like suppress it or whatever. So we want to confront it to a point where we can deal with the fear and we can experience how our body feels, but at the same time we're able to go through the experience and live and stick with that knowledge that what we thought would happen didn't happen. It actually turned out fine. And this fear that we had, maybe that like our emotions would overwhelm us or all of that, because a lot of the time it's like a lot of things coming together. Like it's not only the fear of like this specific situation, but it's also fear of like not being able to handle the consequences of that situation. For example, the emotional consequences, the stress, and like all of that. Um, and then it's also actually really nice to know, like, okay, I was scared, but I actually just ended up being fine again as well. Like, my fear just subsided after a certain time and it got better. And if you train in that way, where like you don't avoid things because of your fear and you do the things you want to do, but with being able to see the fear and acknowledge it, that's sort of the apparently, allegedly, to like what I know and have learned, the healthy way to go about it. But we need to be able to see those feelings and acknowledge them. We need to be in a state where we don't try to brush them under the carpet. We don't try to be like, no, I don't even feel them. But we want to be at a point where we notice our like bodily symptoms, for example, from feeling these feelings, and where we notice what the specific fear of it is, and where we're able to engage with that feeling still. But where we're still able to sort of do what we personally like to do, like where it doesn't stop us from living our life. Yeah. Hello there. I hope you're having a wonderful day. 6 months since my last dose of sertraline. Hoping to be back to normal in another 6 months. I hope with you as well. Be strong, Uncle Brian. I believe in you. And be sad, maybe cry, but not fall into depression. So like be able to feel emotions and not suppress them, but not let them take my mind and body over. Yeah. Because it's important to like be able to interact with our feelings. Because we're meant to survival, right? Like we're built for survival. And our fears are actually like a very sort of like low-key important part of survival, right? Like they make us like not jump off of like stupid heights and stuff like this. And like especially in the beginning of our lives, like they like make us live as much as possible, essentially, right? And like be safe. So it's important to like cooperate, because it's not like you're not just your head. You're not just your like logical being, if that makes sense. But you're what like you're also your body and you have to work with your body. Do you fuck with ice climbers? I mean, you can be here as an ice climber for sure. Like, why why wouldn't we? With the sole exception of Tom Cruise, who I guess doesn't feel fear but rather excitement. I mean, everybody's a bit different, right? So to some people, something is going to be really scary, which to other people isn't scary at all. And then for some people, some else is going to be like really scary. Like there's some logic to it, but also some things are like really random. And like we can't, or at least we can't grasp the knowledge anymore, right? Like we don't know, like maybe there's been some experience we sort of like can't see, can't understand. Like some people say like, oh, we're sort of we lived the life of like the people before us as well, and this is sort of the knowledge of that is still within us. And then like of course you can say like that, but it's like the end effect is like the same, right? Like you can't really, like some things you can like go to like do trauma therapy and like treat like this specific situation, and for other things you can't, right? And with fear and anxiety, like I was always of this opinion that like, oh, you need to find like the specific situation where it started, and then you need to like treat that one, and then everything else is going to go away on its own. But my therapist actually told me that this is not really the case. Like with that sort of thing, we just sort of look at the result, and if the result is like not PTSD or anything, but just like literally just like anxiety or of like, I don't know, like that you're scared of like frogs or something, but to like a really heavy anxiety. But there's no, yeah, like there's no PTSD involved. Like it's just this abnormal fear which is sort of ruining your life for you. It's the way we like do something against it is essentially by training ourselves to tolerate a certain amount of fear and engage with that fear to then shape new experiences with that topic we fear, which will give our brain like evidence that it's not as scary as we thought it's going to be, and then our anxiety levels are going to go down. So it's sort of like a thing where like in the beginning where the fear is like really big, it's like we put ourselves in a place where we can engage with a tiny part of this fear. So this is why like with anything like exposure therapy, you don't push the person into the water, okay? This is not how that's going to work. Like that's going to be super negative. But it's like you essentially want to be in a situation where you can interact with that fear, but to a point where it's not like paralyzing you or taking like it's like overwhelming you to like a crazy amount, right? Like you want to be able to like handle that emotion. Like you essentially want that to be a low-key positive experience. And like that doesn't necessarily need to mean that you're going to be like super happy after like that exposure therapy, because exposure therapy is like exhausting, right? And it's like scary, so it's not gonna like it's probably not gonna be a situation where you're like afterwards like, oh yeah, I did it. Like it can still be just very scary, but it's like a way of like you want to be able to handle it. So you sort of like check how can you interact with that fear to a level which feels approachable to you. And then you want to experience that fear and want to be in that position and handle that fear and give your body the experience that it handled the fear and everything turned out fine. Like not maybe like it survived, like that's sort of the peak end effect. And that you were able to like, maybe you cried or whatever, but then like you were able to get calm again, calm down, and all of this. And then you made one experience which you would use as evidence of like, okay, maybe this is actually like, not as scary as we thought. Like we were like really scared, like we thought like we would die or something, but actually like nothing really happened. So like, And then like it's only like one experience. So now your body is like, instead of like 100% sure, now your body's like 99% sure it's shit. So it's not like big, you know? But then you just do the same thing again, and doing the same thing again like seems a bit easier, right? Because like you did it once before already, like this specific thing. So like this should be like, this should add a little bit to like it feeling safer. And this is how you sort of like, the more experiences you get, the less anxious you will get. And then you like slowly work your way um through this, yeah, through this anxiety. For me, sometimes I feel pushed to the limit during exposure therapy, but I also think they have to push me because I will not go there on my own. Hmm. Like there's different like types of exposure therapy, right? So there's like some exposure therapy you, for example, do with a professional on your side, which is probably the one you're talking about, where I feel like in that specific situation, like the evaluation of like what you can do and can't do is going to be different to the exposure therapy your therapist is like telling you to do on your own at home, right? So like the one you want to do like on your own at home is going to be like way less intense because they need to know that you're going to be able to handle that on your own at home, obviously. But for example, with like narrative exposure therapy, because they're right there with you and sort of can like see how you're doing, they can like go closer to your limit, right? Because they're like able to help you, but at the same time, they're also able to help you like afterwards. And it's like still narrative exposure therapy, for example, is something else because it's narratively. Um, then, for example, if you do like exposure therapy, I don't know, about frogs, and you're at the point where you actually like, I don't know, like look at frogs in like reality, right? Um, so it's sort of like it's a very, very individual thing. And I feel like even with like the narrative exposure therapy, it's just like if you notice that like it helps you, it serves the purpose, it works well, you know that's perfect, and then you know like why you do it. Um, but if you notice like you did it a few times and you don't feel like it made things better, but it rather made things worse, um, then I would also talk about this with your professional, like with the therapist, right? And like also with narrative exposure therapy, like you should sort of like have a say in like what, like how much they push you, if that makes sense. Like with any exposure therapy, the the person needs to like agree to do it, right? Like there needs to be consent. Hi S7, how you doing? Welcome. I've cried every session, but in the end I feel a little better. Yeah. I mean, crying to a certain extent is like still like you're like we always see crying as sort of like or we easily interpret crying as failure, right? But crying is actually a very, very efficient way to regulate our emotions, right? So in the moment where we cry, our body is actually doing a pretty good job because we're regulating our emotions and we're feeling our emotions and we're connected to our body. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, with PTSD, it's definitely like it's also about, I feel like with anxiety, it's like this like sort of learning to like engage with that fear and then like get evidence that it's not as scary as we think, right? Like with PTSD, a lot of it is also to be able to process the emotions from back then and be able to let go of the emotional charge from back then and be able to let go of this of the meaning to our worldview and belief system it shaped. Why is it difficult for some people to try and cry when they're sad? I mean, there's a lot of different reasons, I think. I mean, it can be, of course, that you had like some sort of like rough childhood experience where you just like essentially learned that like crying is like not safe, right? Or that you won't get the care you want if you cry. Um, like there's certain things we learn as kids, and one big one is how we get our needs fulfilled, right? Because this is like our priority as a kid. And we're going to learn and optimize and adjust to that very, very much. So, for example, if we learn that, like, even if we hurt when we cry, we won't get the need fulfilled for safety, for example, we will probably stop crying. Like, if we learn that um, if we cry, we get our need fulfilled, and that also works for like all other needs, actually. We might cry in situation where like it's not really makes sense to cry, but we just essentially learn that like crying is the easiest way to tell somebody I need a hug. And then we just cry every time we need a hug, you know? So it's we just learn different things, and um this is, I think, like the, I guess, the easiest, or like the like one of the explanations, but then there's also, I think there's just, it's such an individual thing as well. So it like really depends on the person. But if it's just a thing of like, oh, it's like difficult, but they sort of do feel like crying, then I don't know. I just know from myself that was sort of like the reason like why crying to me is actually really hard. Because yeah, it just wasn't like crying wasn't the solution to get my needs fulfilled, but it was more counterproductive. Uh, yeah, our childhood can have a lot of influence. Yeah, I guess like on average, yeah, it's probably easier for women to cry, but yeah, that's also just an average. There's a lot of women like me who just fall out of that because we grew up in a home where it was the same as for a lot of men with like toxic masculinity, that like crying is not allowed and not okay. So this is why sort of like I don't really like generalizations, because it's like there is like on average it's harder for men to cry than for the average woman maybe. But it's still, there's a lot of women where it's like really hard to cry for them, and there's a lot of men where it's like they had a good home, you know, it's like completely normal for them like cry or not cry. So I think the way we sort of like connect best with society about this. It's just when we say like it makes sense why it's like easier for some people to cry than to others depending on their home. Because then you can like easily connect to like any woman or man or they them or whoever, you know. Hey, Valiant. I don't think like this is. Hmm, I don't think this is like that helpful either, right? Like I'm a 70s kid, so back then it was just different. It's like this is again sort of like an average thing. Like on average, it probably was harder back then, but like, does it like how does it help in that moment to connect to the people around you that on average is was harder back then? Because in that moment you connect less to me, for example, because I'm not a 70s kid, and I would still argue that was hard. Um, you know, like specifically because yeah, it's like it's not an excuse. So like it's the same. Like you could have the same shitty story today. Hmm. Damn, Judith. I'm really sorry for you. I think in a lip tattoo, I'm not sure because I'm not familiar with this, but I'm low-key excited that I think I know what it is. I think it's having a lip tattoo here, right? Because this would be outer lip, inner lip is here. And I've seen people have this. Like I've seen it, I think on some like rapper cover of some person having like a tattoo here. Probably hurts like hell. I thought it was upper here. Maybe? I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. I just wonder why no one will see it. How do you mean, Asta? What do you mean? I'm rewarding myself today with an energy. And by the way, how are you doing, Valiant? Welcome, welcome to the stream. Oh, why people get that? Because then one will see it. I don't know, to have a cool rap song cover where you can do like this. I don't know. Dentist will see it. Exactly. If you wanna like rizz up your dentist. I don't know, maybe just to prove yourself that you can stand for the pain or something. I don't know. Maybe as a secret code to get into a secret society. Password phrase. Inner lip tattoo. That's surely it. Trust me, guys. Hmm. I mean, maybe you can just cover it up, Asta, or something. The floppy tattoo society. Oh my god, that sounds so bad. Happy Monday to you as well. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hmm. Actually, I have an interesting topic going. Um, I don't know. I don't like. I don't have an inner lip tattoo. I don't know where someone would get it. So I have a bit bigger topic to talk about. Um, of like I was reading my psychology book, like the psychology like university course book, and um, there's a section which actually like explains our sympathetic and parasympathetic system, and also a section which explains how our neurons sort of like function and work. And it essentially says that there's like sort of how it has a section where it goes about how the different complexities of systems we have in animals, for example. So apparently, one of the most simple animals is a sea anemone, because it's essentially just the same cell just replicating. Like there's no cell centers where like multiple like neurons like come together to like make decisions or whatever, but it's just the same replicating. Um, and like all of it is like the same. And then um, there's sort of like this simple but not really complex animals. For example, like snails and stuff like this, where like they have certain centers of their body, certain areas of their body, where there's neurons sort of coming together, and where there's actually sort of like a bit of logic. It's very simple, it's very basic. Um, but for example, it's like for like here goes the food in, and like having a sensor for like what food is edible or not, and having like a light sensor, like just like if it's bright or dark, and sort of like this, and then they're all like in very close proximity to each other just because it makes sense. So it's like a very very simple system, and that is called a ganglia, apparently. And that ganglia is essentially making decisions, but it's not decisions where you would say like, okay, this is like there's like a, I don't know, there's a soul or whatever. Like you wouldn't really, I guess, say that, because it's more like, um, oh, like there was wind. Now we're gonna like flex that muscle, sort of like this. Like it's very, very deterministic, very straightforward. Um, And then there are some animals, for example, like the cockroach, where for like the legs of the cockroach, apparently, and for example for the tail, it's like there's at the start of the tail or at the end of the tail, I'm not entirely sure. There's such a ganglia, and that one is essentially just like measuring if there's like there's sort of like little hairs, if there's like wind or something, and if there's any wind, it's just gonna flex, and like the cockroach is gonna like shoot off, and you're never gonna catch it. Um, and then with humans and with our brain, there's like so many neurons coming together, and it turns into this very complex system. And this like very complex system is therefore slower to like such a like ganglia, because the ganglia is just like waiting for one signal of like there's wind from that specific hair or any movement on that specific hair, and then we're going to flex that muscle and we're good to go, like that's the like it's very easy to make that decision. Well, with our brains, there's so many different neurons we have, so many different signals we get. It's actually sort of quite hard to make a decision, and it's quite slow sometimes to make a decision. Even decisions which are, feel to us at least, very instant. And I thought this was super interesting because I personally didn't know that cockroaches have these ganglia which make the decisions for them. Like, I thought they would have like a tiny brain, which is maybe very simple, but a tiny brain, which is going to interpret all of the information and then make the decision to run. But based on how they explained it, I don't think that's actually the case. I think essentially their tail is making the decision to shoot off in that moment where there's any wind. And like, it's very, like, there's not, like, you can't train this animal to not do this behavior because it's not a trained thing. Because it's just based on that ganglia. Like, no matter how long you try to, like, spend time on this cockroach, like, it's always gonna have this behavior. Um, and I thought that's super interesting because we're a very big and complex system, right? And like, of course, we have our brain where we like actively think about decisions, but we also have a bunch of things where we don't think about these decisions, right? So, for example, like with our like heart beating, like we don't like we can of course we can like control our breath. We can try to control our like anxiety or something like this. We can try to calm ourselves down, and therefore try to like lower our beats per minute. But we can't just make the decision and then it just happens that our heart is beating slower. So we sort of have some control, but not entirely. Damn. I don't even know. That's crazy. But yeah, there are so many parts of our body. So it made me think about how there's probably so many parts of our body where even for us, it's it doesn't matter how much you train it, but there's very little we can do about it. Or the only thing we can train about it is circumstantial things. Where then, for example, a diver, like a free diver, can train how to like be like really good at having like a low heartbeat and like using less oxygen, being very calm and like breathing in like as much as he can. So we can sort of train the circumstantial things, and we can train our system. For example, by like training like specific muscle groups over others, and sort of reducing the energy we need for certain things because there's less muscles in that area. And so with that, we can sort of optimize our system to do specific things better than others. But there's still so much about us which is just natural. And being scared, for example, of some things, right? Having fear of certain things. Having this need to survive and keep ourselves safe. That's a very natural thing. And I don't know, like sometimes we can question ourselves and our brains why we have certain intrusive thoughts, or why we get scared, or we can so often be so unhappy with ourselves in that moment and be like, oh, I'm broken. Or like, why the fuck is this happening to me? This is making my life so much worse. Why am I depressed? It shouldn't be like that. But it's just, we can't control everything in our system. And there are certain things which have a good intention but can go wrong. For example, like having fear of certain things, or having intrusive thoughts. And sort of like sometimes intrusive thoughts can just be essentially like simulations of threat, of like preparing for bigger evil or something. But it ends up torturing. Sometimes excessive avoidance behavior can start with actually just wanting to be safe. But it turns into something which then ruins our life. And I don't know, I feel like for me, because I'm like I'm more of like a hyper responsible person, also low-key perfectionistic. um and then coming from this more, I guess, like autistic spectrum of like not having the best connection to my emotions and being like, okay, how the fuck does this work for other people? Okay, like how am I normal? How am I human? I feel like I so often made this mistake that I thought my thoughts is me and is everything about me. But it's not. Like, me is my body and my thoughts. And sometimes I would get so annoyed at myself and at my body for like not being able to do something or being wrong in something or standing in my way or something like that. Even though my body just did the best it could to protect me. And I just didn't want to cooperate. So I don't know. I feel like when we see it from that way, of like our body is meant to make us survive. Like our body is not necessarily meant to make us happy. It's meant to make us survive. Like that's a very like very different goal right? And so, for example, like our body, like being scared 100 times to make us like 100 times like useless, to catch that one time was actually true. In terms of survival, Loki makes sense. But in terms of happiness, it's not really helpful. Right. So I feel like it's actually really important to understand where we come from and what our sort of like what the different goals for our system is. To then be able to find a really good middle ground. To then be able to find a very good sort of cooperative working mode. And apparently, for example, with like with OCD, for example, um, OCD essentially starts because you, or like can start because you have like intrusive thoughts and you want to control them. And sort of like, or sort of with like anxiety as well. Like these like avoidance behaviors because of anxiety, like can be a way how you essentially try to gain control back. But there's just some things we can't control. And as far as I'm concerned, we can't really control intrusive thoughts. We can't really control like anxiety related intrusive thoughts either. But when we then look back at the thing, how I explained to you, how sort of like this exposure therapy for anxiety works, it's like, remember, it's like you have this big fear and you try to look for a way how you can engage and interact with that fear in a safe way. So you start with something like very, very small. Which then gives you an evidence that like actually you probably don't die and it's actually sort of like low-key fine. And then all of a sudden now your brain is only like 99% percent sure that you're gonna die, not 100% anymore, because now you have one evidence, like one situation survived where you thought you were gonna die. So 1% chance this is gonna happen, 99% chance this is gonna happen. And if you go through that again and again, this possibility we see where we feel like, okay, this is gonna like go wrong, this is gonna kill us, it's gonna go down because our brain is still looking for evidence. It's like deciding based on evidence what we should do. Because there is a logic system around that. It might not be like active aware logic, but there's this like a very biologic, just a system which has been made from our birth essentially, and now it just sort of evolves day by day.
We'll get them next time.
What's going on, Poggy? Why that, huh? Well, this chicken, thank you for the 1 bit. But exactly, when we then like change these, so we can't change the anxiety, but we can change how much evidence our body feels like this is, like if this anxiety is true or not, or if this is necessary and helpful in that moment, because we know it wants us to survive. So if we engage with that anxiety and with that fear to a little bit and show our body actually we don't die, and then we do that more and more and more and more, even though it's scary in that moment, and we just do it like to a point where we can feel like we can safely interact with that fear, right? It's gonna slowly but surely lose the evidence and therefore the motivation to actually make us anxious in that regard, because it doesn't make sense anymore, right? Because like it learned for survival, like we survived so many times already, like it wouldn't make sense actually to waste the energy on that, because this doesn't seem to be a huge threat anymore. So this is essentially how we can influence ourselves in that way. And the fun thing is, this is also something we know from like mood levels as well. Like our moods, and like if you feel anxious in a moment or scared, it's going to influence like what we see in the world. Like our expectation is going to influence what we see in the world. And so, for example, there's like one study where, let me check if I have that ready. Nope. Um, ah, so this article is called Invisible Scars, and it's talking about an experiment where they like put a scar on participants' face. Like not an actual scar, like a makeup scar, right? And they told them to like go into public with that scar and sort of like then report back on like how they felt, like if other people judged them or not, if they had like a negative experience, and like if they feel like people treated them different because of that scar. And then before they left, they like removed that scar without the participants knowing. So the participants essentially been going out there looking exactly the same as before, but they thought they had a scar, like a very visible scar in their face. And they came back and reported that, like, yeah, they treated me so different. And like people were like rude or whatever. So our expectations actually change so much how we interpret information. And yeah, like we interpret information based on like making sure we survive and based on like keeping ourselves safe and protecting ourselves. But we like our thoughts do influence that system. So it's sort of like a give and take between this like very passive and sort of more like intuitive, natural feeling of like, yeah, like what type of anxieties we have, what like how many intrusive thoughts we have, like how our mental state is, how we interpret the people around us, like all of this. And then at the same time, like, yeah, just wait. Did I already put both in one basket on the left side now? I think I lost it. But you know what I mean. It's like the system we feel like we can't actively influence, which is very natural, is influenced by our aware, like self aware thoughts and expectations. So we can't change anything, like everything, but we can change some things. I know this is true, but as someone who has studied genetics, it shouldn't have been something we evolved with because traits are passed on if we reproduce. So evolution should have added nuance to this mechanism because plenty of people get the trauma and keep the trauma. I don't know what the baskets are, but I know everything. Okay. Um, something we evolved because traits are passed. Are you wait? Are you just like essentially like shitting on evolution? Like you should have done better? Like what the fuck? Is this like what you were saying right now? Like, like this is correct, but fucking sucks, bro. Yeah. But yeah, you're correct. Like we're based on like yeah, we're still based on survival in that sense. And not sort of like focused on happiness. So, yeah, sometimes it can be like super counterintuitive, right? But the thing is, evolution takes so freaking long. Like, I just want to point that out. Evolution takes forever, bro. Like, the last couple hundred years, like, imagine, like, look at the world, how much it changed, how much our life changed. Like, even now, we don't have, like, food safety for everybody and stuff like this. So you could argue, like, oh man, like, it should have actually, like, definitely focused more on, like, long-term living and, like, society, social aspects, whatever, you know? But since when has this been important? With the sort of with the essentially like entitlement that like food safety is not as important anymore. You know, it's fairly recent. Like this like internet only like started to exist like a couple of years ago, you know? Like it's really insane how much progress and how much the world changed in the last years. And it's still going, right? Like, I mean, talk to your parents how much the world changed, like what didn't exist and what already existed. What was normal when they were kids, and what is normal for us now? Like, we're changing so freaking much. It's crazy. Yeah, see, but this is not even 100 years, bro. And evolution is talking about like this so many years. And thank you for the follow, Siskela. Welcome, welcome. Is trauma genetic or environmental? There's something called epigenetic trauma, a really interesting read. Where like apparently like some of the trauma is actually like yeah being passed down to us, um, through our genes. Um, and that's only one part though. Then there is like other things about like so there's like a bunch of people who like suffer like go through potentially traumatizing experience but don't get traumatized. And then there's a few who do get traumatized from these traumatic experiences. And I don't think we have like a complete consensus so far of why that is. I think there can be like from what I know, there can be like a genetic predisposition. For example, like for depression, anxiety, and all of that, and that also then influences how well you're able to handle like traumatic experiences. There's a big social component there as well, like how supported you are. So for example, like if you have like a really supportive system around you, it's actually like unlikely that you're gonna end up like with like PTSD, for example. Um, so there's like a bunch of different things coming together, and you can't 100% say beforehand. Um, but it's definitely really interesting. We're talking parents again. Do you not like to talk about parents, guy with anxiety? Internet for the public was early 90s. Yeah, and then people had to like get a PC and all that shit. Like internet like we know it today with like when did YouTube start? And like when did YouTube start to get big actually? Like there's so many like there's so much evolution through like how the internet was used as well, right? So yeah. YouTube is only 21 legal to drink in the US now. Oh. And then remember the beginning of YouTube? Like where it was like Minecraft Let's Plays and like really like these weird like fun videos of uh like sort of like meme videos, but they were like really shitty, like uncut, just like uploads of people doing stupid shit and stuff. And then we moved on to having these like compilation videos of like 10 ways to like high five your classmate, and then like the personality it means you are, and then the cool dude, like, you know. Do you remember that part of YouTube as well? Yeah. Exactly. It kind of like I feel like it's not necessarily needs to be like nature versus nurture in the trauma discussion, but it's just, yeah, there's a lot of different possibilities, and so it can come from a lot of different reasons. And we can't like say what specifically, but it's also not entirely useful to like know where specifically. At least as it is right now in terms of like treatment, I think. Um, because we essentially like have studies which like show us that for like certain behaviorisms, certain treatment plans just work no matter what actually comes from. I remember YouTube when it didn't have ads. Yeah, I mean, but with literacy, like, I don't know, like how specifically you mean it right now, but just like, yeah, being able to like decipher what information is correct and what isn't, and like be able to like see like fake news for what they are, for example, um, and understand complicated topics and stuff like this. It's also like nowadays so much harder, right? Like with AI and everything. Like some AI is like very obvious, but then other AI is like really good actually. And we're not making it easy for people. Like if we're talking about sort of like media literacy. I think trauma is obviously completely aside from genetics. Trauma is explicit reaction to event or external condition. Kind of situation. Um, I do sort of like have to disagree there, John Romero. Like I do understand where you're coming from, completely, and I agree that this is like sort of the first or this like gut feeling I had to this topic as well. But like there's a lot of people who don't get traumatized from traumatic experiences. Um, and then there's people who do, right? So it's not like cause effect is like deterministic like this. Like there's a lot of um other things coming uh together. And then there's epigenetic trauma. I don't know if you read about it, but it's actually a very interesting topic. Ah, just typing a structure. I see. Well, but we do know that like depression, for example, is also influencing like if you're gonna be like a person who gets traumatized from something. So even like depression or this like baseline mood and stuff like this is also influencing the likelihoods of getting traumatized. Let me try and see if I find the epigenetic. There's a bunch of different articles. I don't know which one I was reading. So I don't have like a specific one like noted in my sheet. So I think you need to like look up yourself and see if you find like a good article. There's also uh like there's always some like not good articles as well. So it's sort of like a that's why I like to keep a list of actually like good articles or like this specific study when I'm like to reference stuff easily. Um to then also be able to say like, okay, this is specifically what I stand behind, because some people like talk about the same topic but then take it and like to essentially like talk about something entirely different, or like take it from a different perspective, right? But the epigenetic thing I read about was an experiment with rats. So do you agree with me? Anybody who loves you and guide you or your parents can consider them. Um, I don't care about labels too much. So I think I maybe like wouldn't consider them like I wouldn't call them parents unless they're like biologically my parents. But I would just consider them as like people who love and guide me. But yeah, I usually don't go by like I just personally don't care about labels. Um, Well, okay, like I agree, like I don't believe in like genetic memory or anything. I just call it like epigenetic trauma because that's the like term I like read in a study about this. But yeah, like if it's the point still stands that like your like elevated levels for like depression or like negative mood and stuff like this, or anxiety is also having an influence of like if something is likely or like how likely something is to traumatize you. Like the point I'm like mostly trying to make is that like a traumatic experience is not like a simple like cause and effect thing to then be traumatized. So you can go through a traumatizing experience and not be traumatized. Maybe. Or like, so like, are you able to like? Do you understand what I mean, John Romero? I had this article a couple streams ago. Well, we talked about this already. We had like there was like some numbers of like this many people go through like a traumatizing experience, and then this many people like actually get traumatized and stuff like that. But I tried already like two different ways of like googling for this specific article, but I sadly I didn't note it in yeah Google Sheet. Uh, would I like to see mammoths return? I mean, mammoths are low key scary though. But I don't really have like too much like I think like we would be able to handle it like depending on like um what would need to happen for them to return though. Yeah. Well, I'm definitely like agreeing John Romero that like we don't know for sure, but this also why I said like it doesn't really matter entirely, right? Like where you have your trauma, like why you got your trauma. Because in the end, you either are traumatized or you're not, and you just need to find a way to deal with it. So But I think this is also why it's actually important to see that it's not just like you go through traumatizing like situation and then you have trauma, but it's like some people have it or some people don't. Like this the I guess like only point I'm trying to make. So like all of these things like if you have depression, if you have anxiety already, if you have like any other like mental health problems, like are also making you like more likely to to get traumatized from a traumatizing experience. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm not telling you you have any mental health problems, Riku. Like, we're just here to help if you want help. I'm just saying mental health problems can be quite normal and very common. The food bill for the mammoths. Yeah. How can you help me? I mean, if you don't want help, I can't help you because I also don't want to help you if you don't want help. But what we do here in stream for people who do want help is that we just like give any sort of like information we have on the topic. So that can be, for example, like really um, nice articles or studies which sort of help with the perspective or give some education on the topic. Um, and of course, we listen and give emotional support. We give ideas if there's sort of like, I don't know, just like questions how to start something or go about something, you know. Then there's like, hey, this helped me. Maybe this helps you too. And then chat comes in as well with like what they sort of did to overcome certain problems and stuff. Yeah. So, are you qualified? I'm not a licensed psychologist or anything like this. I mean, even if I were, this wouldn't be like a good option instead of therapy. Like therapy is always going to be better than just a random stream on the internet. Um, I have a certificate in counseling and stress management, and I read a bunch of books on psychology and mental health and humanism and politics as well. So this is more from like a peer support side, or mental coach side, you could say, um, where I don't try to like make anything up or something, but I just try to give you the informations I have and where I got them from. So, for example, the articles or studies I've read where I feel like they have like a really um, they sort of relate to your topic or could help you to look into them or know about them. Or like if any of my books are talking about your issue or could help you. Um, but yeah, how do you mean, Asta? How your development could protect you? And nice, Raj, let's go. I'm glad to hear that, Dark Knight. And yeah, for a bunch of people, honestly, it's like it just helps to not be alone with what they're going through and just feel like being able to actually be understood and be seen with the pain they've gone through. So, what do people do if they don't think therapy is for them but are struggling with stuff? I mean, that, for example, like would be people who like can come here, right? I'm definitely like a big advocate for like therapy, but there's also like a bunch of people where like therapy is not even like it's not even like their choice that they don't take part in it, right? But it's just like financially not available or in, like not available in their country or something like this, or they're on a waiting list for another 6 months and just need to get by, you know. So yeah, that's just like it honestly like there's just a bunch of people where like getting help is kind of difficult. And then there's a bunch of people who don't really know what to expect from therapy and if their problems are like big enough to actually go to therapy. And then they like talking here as well. But um I think, you know, like when we're struggling with stuff, but we don't feel like we need therapy, then still just like having support is nice. And I think honestly, this is probably like a really this is probably like the group we can help best here. Like if you don't have struggles which would require therapy, but you're just struggling with like a very specific thing or just with like sort of managing life or with a change of life, where like you changed your job or like there's a breakup situation or something like this, you know? Like if it's just like one specific situation where you just need a bit of support with, that's probably the situation where we can help best in. Because like yeah, like if you have like hardcore depression or anxiety or PTSD or something, you should definitely go see a professional, right? But you can still like be here on the side of like going to therapy, just as a little bit of extra support. I'm really with you on that. Yeah. We definitely do know better than make certain concrete assertions about topics where we just learn that it's like a very individual thing and we just can't make that decision from the outside because it's not a deterministic question. So this is honestly just the point I was trying to make. So yeah, with that we're on the same page. And Marky, thank you for the follow. Raj, we don't insult others here. We don't call them mammoths. Oh, what happened to Dark Knight's message? Nightbot deleted it apparently. I lost someone close to me this year, and I have cut myself off from a lot of people and things. I mostly just stay inside now. To be honest, therapy is something I won't be able to do. Yeah, and I think honestly, like for a lot of people, therapy is really scary in the beginning. And we're like definitely like here's a community. Like trust me, I'm not gonna try to keep you here instead of going to therapy. Like I'm not gonna try to like like keep you here to like make money off of you and like keep you from actually getting better. Like I had a really great experience in therapy and I wish that everybody could have that type of experience, but I just know that like for a lot of people it's quite hard. I just want to support people in the best way I can. Ooh, I'm just gonna, show Dark Knight's message. Or like, did anybody else already like text it? Ah, yeah, Indiana John. Perfect. I was like about to press again, just being like. Oh, we should actually make um, a command like this. Dark Knight. Yep. How you doing, Mark? And welcome to the stream. Therapy would definitely solve everything. Therapy actually makes things worse. I feel like this is this is a generalized statement, right? Like you say this as if it were a fact. Therapy actually just makes things worse. For me, therapy made things so much better. And I just told you about that. So, with having that out there, that statement is wrong. And but I do understand that for some people the therapy they get is not optimal in the beginning. Like there's a lot of different types of therapy, right? And there's a lot of different types of therapists as well. So it really depends on what type of therapist you get and which type of system you are, which type of country you are, even, right? So, you just told her about Spinosaurus and dinosaurs? Oh my god, I love that. They just tell you to take some meds or something to ease the pain. See, this is not at all my experience, actually. So, like, did I ever get meds from my therapist? I don't think so. Like, I got antidepressants once, but that was from my neurologist because I had chronic headache, and antidepressants have, like, as a side effect, can help with chronic headache. Um, and I talked about asking for sleep medication with them, but they told me, like, they made me very aware of all the side effects it would have. And then I was like, okay, nah, okay, then I'm not gonna do that. Um, and then they actually gave me some like non-medical advice, which I can try, which was like some relaxing exercises and stuff like this. But I definitely agree with you on that regard that there are a bunch of therapists which just aren't really good therapists. But I think that's just in any sort of job field like this, right? Like there's always better people and worse people at a certain job. And I don't know, for example, like I've heard from like some apparently like in the American systems, it sometimes happens that there is like a therapist who like essentially tries to keep the client coming and like not help them turn independent, but actually like sort of enjoy having them be dependent on them to just make more money. But on the other hand, here in the Dutch system, like where the place I was at, they have like a sort of maximum of like 2 years you should be there, and then they can make that longer, but it only happens rarely if really necessary. And so they have a system in place where this doesn't happen. And they also have like a systemic system where, like, for example, even in Germany, is that also the case? Where you have like a limitation to a certain amount of hours of one therapy, uh, one type of therapy, to make sure people, like, if it doesn't help, people try something else instead of like wasting their time on it. And but that can also be like done more like if necessary, but it's like also like a sort of hard process to do that. Um, who determines if it's necessary? It's a thing where like you talk to your practitioner, and then they make a decision with like themselves, the team leader, and they are going to talk about it with some other psychologists as well. So there's like sort of like a bigger team where like you can lay out your reasons, and they will then like talk about it and contemplate whether or not uh, this, or like how, like also like how much they're gonna like elevate it. So like I don't know, like if it's only a thing of like, yeah, I just want to get like one thing still done and it's gonna be like a month longer, like people are probably gonna be like very lenient on that. But if it's like, oh, like I need like a year longer or whatever, like people are gonna look into if your therapy, like the therapy you're in right now, because again, there's a lot of different techniques, right? If the therapy you're in right now is actually like the most efficient for you. Like maybe there's a different type of therapy where you wouldn't need 3 years because it works so much better for you. So yeah, it's definitely like very individual. Therapy doesn't always need to be talking. I just want to point that out as well. Like there's, for example, like psychosomatic therapy, there's art therapy, and there's so many different types of therapy. Like it doesn't need to be always talking. Sometimes, like some people, they don't like talking, and then like these other types of therapies are going to help them better. Yeah. Yeah. This is actually like good point that you bring it up, Judith. Like here in the Netherlands as well, like therapists can't prescribe meds. Um, the like so we're talking about psychotherapists specifically, by the way, because therapist is not a protected term. Um, Psychotherapists can't prescribe meds. Psychiatrists are prescribing meds because psychiatrists are studying medicine, and psychotherapists are studying psychology. Yeah, I can only agree. Like therapy and finding the right therapist is a bit like dating. You need to find a good match. Like there's actually like they sort of they take part of this or like they take they try to help with finding the right therapist here in the Netherlands. And in Germany it's the same, I think. I don't know if this is, so I only heard it from specific therapists. So I don't know if the entire system is like this, or if it's only their personal workplace which has a system like this. Um, but I've heard it from two therapists now that the system they have is actually that a client comes in and they have your intake, right? And where you sort of describe what you need help with, what your situation is, and all of that stuff, like sort of you describe yourself and your case. And then they like so for this one girl, it was like a website they have for their I don't know, for their for the place she was working at, where they put your case up, and then the therapist can like apply to that case, and then it's gonna like so like the therapists are like reading through those like through the cases and gonna see like, okay, is this a person I think I would like click with and like be a match with and be like be able to help well or not. um and like here at the place I was at, they sort of like you already are at like a specific part of um this therapy place, because there's like different type of like buildings with like uh specialization in different type of fields. And like within that specialization, like where you are, like in that building, they sort of like talk about new people coming in at like they have like a group meeting where they like, oh, like there's this new person like who has time, like wants to like take her, wants to try it, and stuff like this. And then usually the person who's like doing the intake is like describing this new client essentially, and then they also just sort of like talk about, oh, like I think this would be a good match for me, like I'm gonna do it, or like, oh, you want to do it, okay, whatever, you know. Like it's sort of like they try to already up your chances at finding the correct one, at least like from these two instances I've heard of like how it works. um and so I don't know if it's like the general system or just these two instances, but yeah. In America, you go from general practitioner. The first thing they would suggest usually is meds. The first referrals they'll give are usually to practitioners who will immediately begin med management to begin treating immediately the debilitating effects. Like therapy is seen as a more secondary maintenance that doesn't directly address debilitating mental illness. No, is that the very like is that the average sort of experience actually? Like is that like your personal experience, Jar Romero? Or is that a thing of like this is like seriously like I talk to like so many people and not for one it worked different? Because this seems, well, not optimal. Hi Boltaver, welcome, welcome. I'm okay. Had a tough night. How are you? I'm glad, Raj. You're having such a good experience. I'm like a psychiatrist to meds, psychologist to therapy and theory. In practice, most people get med management from their GP doctor and referrals to physician's assistants or nurse practitioners certified for medication management. The only people who go to full-fledged psychiatry doctors are rich, and most fully fledged psychologists are college professors and consultants. Funny how industry pans out. Hmm. It's both first-hand and pretty much average for Americans too. Damn. I mean, with America, I sort of like with hearing that there's like some psychologists who like sort of like keep the people like be dependent on them. Um, I was already like, huh, okay, so it's like definitely more capitalism motivated of like just earning money. But with this, now also like sort of like it seems like yeah, the film industry is also in that regard like very much interested in this prescribing as many medications as possible, even though it's not useful. So that doesn't sound too great. That's why I don't show emotions because there's no point. The world really doesn't care what you're going through. I mean, the general world maybe doesn't, right? But it also I feel like would be hard if it would. Um, but our local friends and family can, like the social circle we make for ourselves. If we choose people who care, then we have people who care. Hi, Gabby. I see Dark Knight. Yeah, so the American system seems great. But yeah, I feel like, we have like in the world today, I think it still is about survival, right? I feel like for survival, it's really good to have a good social circle. I feel like it's good to be good in regulating your own emotions. I think it's positive to not suppress your emotions, but try to work through them. But this is why, with helping people, at least this is how I handle it in this stream. It's I'm not gonna tell you to face your biggest fears if you don't want to. I'm not gonna tell you to go to the therapist if you don't want to. Like, I don't know what is the best for you guys. I don't know what life you're living in right now. The only thing I can tell you is that I'm going to support you in the goals you do have, where you decided based on your life that you want to pursue that goal. And I'm going to tell you how I did it and what I've read about how other people do it and what I've read about what you need to be careful about and what seems like a really good strategy. I'm just going to try to educate you based on my education and help you achieve the goals you have. And I mean, I of course hope that you're going to be hopeful to be able to face bigger issues or whatever by seeing me having done it, maybe other chatters having done it. But I'm gonna be honest, like the world is it's not good for everybody, you know? Like the world is like it's about survival. Like there's no like we weren't born with the entitlement to have a great fucking life. And this is this is just the way it is, right? So there's going to be situations and there's going to be people where, like, for them personally, they don't have the money or the energy to face their biggest problems. And that's fair too, you know. So my girlfriend is my ultimate test of survival and my patience. Sometimes will she do it intentionally or just happens? What do you mean? Is your ultimate test of survival? Like, is she trying to kill you? What? No, actually, Indiana John, you heard about Americans going to Mexico to get healthcare? That damn, bro. America is a really interesting case study of a country, I feel like. It's ridiculous how much money that country has and how much influence, and at the same time, how hard the citizens have it. The amount of stuff she says gets irritated on is beyond my limit. Hmm. I mean, maybe you can ask her why and like try to understand why she gets irritated on something. Sometimes if there's like specifically in relationship, if there's sort of like chronic irritation about like the smallest things where like you feel like, oh, like for this specific thing it doesn't really make sense. Like it seems unreasonable. There's usually a bigger picture to the equation, right? There's usually something which like a sort of more like sometimes it can be a very very deep-seated fear which gets like reignited in that moment. For example, that our partner doesn't see us, or that our partner is going to leave us, or that our partner is not there for us, or doesn't support us, or that our partner doesn't love us. And I think before there's any amount of resentment building up, it's very, very important to try to understand your partner at that moment. Like I know that this is hard if a person gets like super irritated and you just feel like this is like so unreasonable. Like why you're so pissed off at me, and we get offended easily in that moment for sure because we also like love our partner, right? So if they get so frustrated at us, it can like also make us feel really scared and like they don't love us or something. Um or maybe that we're inferior or something like this, or can make us insecure. Um But if you can, try to find out in that moment what the root of that irritation is. Like, because she definitely has a logic why she gets irritated. Like, everybody has logic to that. So, try to find out where this is actually coming from. Like, how was she seeing that situation? Because apparently, for you, the situations you can't even relate why she's that irritated. So the situation must have been very, very different from her perspective. And our perspectives are always subjective. So even if you think like, oh, objectively, like she's stupid, not I am, the reality is going to be somewhere in the middle. And to sort of have a happy relationship, to have a relationship where we feel safe, where we can recharge with our partner, where we feel like happy and loved and like we can rely on them and like we can talk to them about anything. It's really important that we show them that we're going to try and understand. Even if it's hard, we're committed to struggle until we understand. Yeah. Oh, damn, Dark Knight. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, no. Florida man. That's sad that you can see the US as an interesting case study of a country, but yeah, fair. What it is. It's like life is tragic and also funny. This is the best way how I can sort of like deal with life. It's like it's so many things at once, and humans as well. Like we all have logic, but we don't make sense. Like it's tragic and funny at the same time. Can you believe it? He just majorly gets mad at me for collecting Legos, and when I sit and think about it, kind of laugh. And we still love each other, but she gets mad at me for coming late, not going to parties, all extrovert stuff. I feel like I'm glad that you guys definitely like still love each other and there's like no resentment, because resentment can turn like very uh, very ugly very quick, and can kill love really. But maybe, yeah, like if you can, if you feel like in that moment where she gets like so irritated, if you can remember, because sometimes we get like so in our emotions that we can't remember anything we set our mind to beforehand, right? But if you can, actually try to find out why this is pissing her off. Like ask her questions until the point where you understand. And like completely like do not argue with her side of view for the time being. Just try to understand her perspective because she's going to be honest. Like if you ask any of it, like she's going to be honest because she thinks this is reality, right? Like, and she doesn't only see it as like her reality, but the reality, because we're utterly like as humans, we're utterly bad at like in that moment where we're emotional, like see that other people have different realities, right? So try to just ask, and try to understand why she gets mad. Because maybe, for example, something I'm just gonna like throw ideas out here for a second, right? This like with collecting Legos, it could be that she's worried that you're gonna waste money and won't be able to provide for your guys' future family. Just putting that out there. Like it could be that, it could not be that. Um, if you're like that she gets mad for coming late, maybe she's insecure that like you don't want to spend time with her and rather spend time with other people. Or that you find somebody else and like might have a side chick or something, and that she's like not enough and you don't prefer spending time with her but with others instead and you don't love her. Um and then like if she gets mad if you don't go to parties or if you do go to parties. Um But anyway, like again, this could be like about like you don't like she doesn't feel like prioritized or something like this, and she's scared that you like you don't love her and you don't love spending time with her, but you love spending time with others more. And like for example, like for people who are like because you say you're also like studying, right? And the last time, from what I can tell, and also like from sort of like what you said today as well, like the classmates from your last university where you were, you sort of like you called them like mammoths, right? Like, oh, lazy and like whatever. In that moment where we express that we judge others, it could be a thing like, I don't know, like where you got to meet her, right? Like if she's maybe not able, or feels like she's not able to match your intellectual level about your studies, maybe she actually projects in that moment that you must see her like those like classmates you just left, because she can't match this, like understand when you talk about your studies, or match that curiosity about it. And then that can make a partner also insecure. So there can be a lot of different reasons. But usually when we get to the bottom of it, it's either they're scared for the future, or they're scared that they're not accepted or loved or seen. And that can be a really, really connecting moment when we understand this, because then the next time our partner gets irritated, we can be there for them. Because anger is essentially a cover up emotion of sadness and feeling hurt. Like whenever we are irritated ourselves, right? Like we don't feel amazing. We feel like irritation is not a happy emotion we like feeling. It's exhausting. And sometimes it feels scary as well. It feels like we need to protect ourselves or something. And then, so next time when she feels irritated, you might be able to like instantly be there for her and just tell her, like, yes, I bought a new Lego set, I know. But like, I love you. I'm going to provide for you. Or like, whatever the fear was, right? You found out through that like talk beforehand. Like, I see you and it's going to be fine. Like I do it now because now we have the finances for that and everything. And you're safe. I'm safe. I still love you. And then we can diffuse the bomb like this. Literally. Thank you for the follow and welcome. And also in that moment, we inspire our partner to do the same for us, by the way. Yeah. Yeah, for sure, Asta. I agree. Like big companies having too much influence is a real issue. Not only in America, sadly. One. There were signs that said, "Do not bother the alligators because Florida man will." What the hell? We humans are the worst kind, though. It's terrible, violent, and also so cute. But I wouldn't call that terrible. Or the worst kind. I feel like I don't know. I don't know. I personally see humans actually as as babies who survived, who did everything they could to survive. And sometimes that's ended in being violent pricks. And sometimes we have people who sacrifice themselves to make everybody else happy. Sometimes we have people who are laughing so loud and crying so ugly. Just feel so much the entire time. Sometimes we have people who don't feel anything on the outside. Sometimes we have people who don't even know themselves. But I feel like at the start of it all, we've been innocent, cute babies. Okay. Thank you, Asta. Okay, and this is a perfect point because now we're done. Okay, like no more questions. I'm gonna answer. Okay, like this is a like this is a warning. um, and so I'm gonna quickly pee, and then we're gonna do belly breathing, stretching, and all stars. All right. And then we're actually like hopefully actually gonna manage to end the stream at like around like 4 hours 30. Okay. So I'm back in a second. Um, Because I'm on the internet so much. Mine was Florida man was busted with 5 alligators in his bathtub. What the a lot of alligators usually get a funny story out of it and become kind of like a meme description. I'm gonna try and find out, yeah. You know what? So just your birthday and then And then the Department of Justice thing, or? Hmm. No, this actually not on my birthday. That's the day beforehand. No. No. This story at least was written on my birthday. Florida man caught in sexual performance with vacuum cleaner. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have looked at no. Man. Why did I look it up, guys? God damn it. Oh my god. All right. So it's a success. Sure. Trolled by my moderator. Okay. Let's start with stretching because we've been sitting for a while now, guys. Or, well, I was sitting for a while, but you probably too. And it's very good for our bodies to just move a bit, you know, get the blood going again. I honestly noticed how I didn't do this so often, right? And now the stretchiness I have in terms of like touching my feet is actually so bad. Like I should have done it more often. And you don't need to do what I do. You can just do what you feel like doing. And always, of course, don't go too far, you know? Just do it to a point where like it feels good, maybe sort of freeing. Like this exercise I'm doing right now, it's like sitting on the front of the chair and then just like sort of going with my hands the towards the floor or in the direction. And this was taught to me by my chiropractor. And apparently it should mobilize the like lower back part, like the lower spine, because that one gets quite stiff. We sit for so long. I found one for your birthday. Florida man was jailed for attacking a minion while someone cosplaying as one. Oh my god. Poor minion, bro. Town search, no birthday, February 25. Oh. um, and So now let's do the belly breathing. Um, so belly breathing, also called diaphragmatic breathing, is actually a very, very like often used exercise. Because it helps against like so many things. Like it can help you to just like calm down when you feel stressed. It can help you calm down when you feel like anxious, or it's like often used like in anxiety attacks or something like that. No. But it's also used for stress. It's also used when you're like one of those people who are just sort of get like hyper focused and then like forget to like check in with your body, or like if you're like really bad at like sort of like noticing your bodily needs, or just how your body feels, you know. It can also help with overthinking, for example, um, or being stuck in sort of like a negative spiral, just grounding yourself again. So it's a really like, it's just a really good exercise to um, trigger your rest and digest, sort of like system, to just calm down and find some peace again. So you put one hand on your belly, you put one hand on your chest. And the idea is that you don't, because usually we breathe a lot like into the chest like this when we breathe in deep. But this time we don't want our chest to move. So this is why our hand is here. Like if you've done this a couple of times, you don't need the hand here. This is just like for the start to like really notice sort of like if you move your chest, or if you like to feel your heartbeat maybe. But like later on you can like let go of this hand, well, for example. Um, but so your chest shouldn't move, or at least not much. It's gonna move a little bit, of course. But then your like the hand on your belly, you want to like push away and like really breathe like deep, deep in your belly. And you breathe in like sort of slow, and then you hold your breath for a second, just a moment. And then you breathe out, and when you breathe out, you push your lips together a bit so that there's like some resistance, that it's gonna breathe out slow. And then you breathe like all the way out, hold it for a moment, breathe in again. And you keep going like this and do 10 breaths. And this number is essentially only important when you want to make sure that you actually calm down. Like if you just do it like randomly in between and you don't need like all of the use from it, then like sure, like you don't need to count. But if you want to, for example, like really like stop with overthinking, or like calm down from anxiety, or actually like de-stress and come to like a calm state again, counting to 10 is actually really good, because you don't just count to 10, but every time you forget where you were, or like you got sidetracked or whatever, you start from 1 again. So that once you actually are going to be able to make it to 10, you haven't been sidetracked for 10 breaths. And you've been able to like keep your thoughts on what you're doing in the moment here. Um, that's probably going to take a bit longer than 10 breaths in total, but it's a really, really nice exercise. Is that how counting to 10 actually works? Um, how, like, I'm assuming you don't just mean like just counting to 10, like as counting to 10 in school or something. But it depends on the exercise. Like I just know for like belly breathing, the exercise like I read up on is using this as a mechanism to counteract like overthinking, or like people who are always sort of here and there, um, to be able to make sure to stay on task. But yeah, it's, I guess in like there's a lot of different ways, I think. So I'm I'm not sure if it's like how it actually works, you know. It's how it works for this exercise. Just resume if I was thrown off instead of restarting. Hmm. Okay, like I feel like with a lot of these exercises, or a lot of the ones I encountered at least and like read articles about or like somebody told me about them, it was usually that you restarted. Like if it was an exercise which is to calm down and like stop with overthinking and stuff like this, like it was sort of a bigger, bigger part of the exercise to actually like restart if you got thrown off. Um, so I don't know. Well, if it never worked for you, then yeah, I think that could have been a thing. Yeah. Thank you for the follow and welcome. We're ending the stream right now, and we're doing belly breathing now, which is a really great exercise to calm down stress. All right. So let's for the first few breaths actually. I always like to breathe out actually sort of like fast and do like this. Like I'm just gonna show you. Do breathe in for your breathe in for your for your making sure that's sort of at the end, try to feel how your body feels. Try to feel how your feet feel, legs, back, and shoulders. Really try to check in with your body. How you doing? Maybe you feel thirsty. Maybe you're hungry. Maybe the air in your room is kind of stale and you need to air out your room. Maybe you wanna go out for a walk and step away from the PC. Maybe you want to meet up with a friend instead of being alone. Maybe you want to take a quick nap and recharge and cut down on any stimulations. And then you can come back to us. And welcome, Corrupted. How are you doing? We're just ending the stream though. So and hi Sel. I hope it's okay that this stream is in English. We've been a German community before, so moin moin. But nowadays we're completely English, so it's easier for the other chatters to interact with you if you also type in English. If you, of course, sometimes just don't know a word or something, it's fine to like type it in German, but it's usually nicer if you try to do it in English. And I'm doing all right. Thank you for asking, and welcome to the stream. And thank you, fan, for a gift sub to Dragoo even. Oh my god. He's gonna enjoy that so much. And thank you for the support. And welcome to the stream. You just got in here. You don't even know the community yet. Thank you so much for the support. And okay, but my English is really shit. Oh. Oh, that's so cute. But it's gonna be fine. And it doesn't matter if your English is bad. I think honestly, your English is probably very decent. I think you're gonna be really fine. And it's gonna get better, right? Just through training. But when were you here? Like 3 months ago? Was that actually before we started the mental health streams? Maybe? Was that in gaming streams? Even? Some English have some people have English as a first language and are still shit at it. Yep, that's fair. My English is like my skin league, so yeah. Ah, I see, I see. Nice. We actually just today talked about maybe opening up a community Minecraft server. So if you're still into Minecraft, you know, that might be interesting to you. But yeah, nowadays we're actually like super into the mental health talks. So we're doing mental health talks like twice a week, like you can see here. And then I always say like I'm gonna do like a D&D stream, and then I never do. And then I also always say that I'm gonna play like I'm gonna game from time to time on stream, and then I never do. But yeah, so that's why we're low-key like the entire time mental health streaming. Yeah. Or like well the entire time, like twice a week, and that's like these streams. Yeah. But maybe now it's gonna get better because we're gonna take a little bit more precautions that I'm gonna end on time in the mental health streams, because the last times I've been like overdoing it. And then I probably have more energy to do like a D&D stream or a gaming stream as well. But yeah, we're like super at the end of the stream. So the last thing we actually do now is gonna be All Stars. So everybody, well, like mostly everybody who's been here like a bit longer now, today specifically, can share their favorite moment of the stream, what they enjoyed today. It can be either a general topic, it can be a specific message, it can be from somebody else in chat, it can be from me. But honestly, just their favorite thing about the stream today. Yeah. My English is bad and it's always big. Maybe. What was your name beforehand? I'm just like looking through your old messages right now. And I just got to the point where you were like, oh, matcha Kit Kats, so nice. I hoped I would get sort of an idea then. Wait, how can I... Oh, fuck, wait. How can I... No, I can't close the window anymore, I think. Wait. Okay, now I can. Thank you so much, Dark Knight. I see, I see. Everything corrupted. Even though I sleep for most of it. Where I'm from, I live in the Netherlands right now, and I was born in Germany. My all-stars was meeting new friends and discussing not therapy. Meeting new friends? Who are you new friends? And discussing not therapy. You mean... Wait, what specifically do you mean with that? When we discuss the different types of therapy? Where are you from, Ben? Maybe you can do it next stream, Corrupted. We'll see. I don't lose hope. I think my favorite part of the stream was actually when I started the stream and Grumpy was there, and Yana was there, Judith was there, Fluffy was there. Like, I don't know, that was really, really nice. Our friend that wasn't our friend, but it was normal at first. What? What are you trying to tell me here? I'm so confused. What? I'm so confused. Or like the money person who was like who joined the stream and then just left because he was like, okay, wait, I need to talk like sensitively with people here. Nah, bro. I thought that was actually low-key funny. Hi followers, welcome, welcome. We're actually going offline now though. We're just going through the all-stars right now. So I'm just gonna translate it here. So Sel Uvu, so Selena texted, I'm gonna write that on German quickly because I don't know how I should say that on English. And when I just clicked on your stream, and so the this like information thing you get when you click on the chat box is apparently still German. So yeah, that's a good part. Thank you. I'm gonna check that. And then we also had another thing which came up today, which was we need a new command, being exclamation mark resources or free resources or something like this. I think that was it. The birthday Florida man was Judith's highlight. That was honestly such like funny, but also like. And it's a great week start. And you're almost at work now? All right, all right. Not therapy was referring for those who were scared of it, but still want to talk. Ah, yeah. Yeah. I think sometimes we have like a very fixed expectation on like what therapy is and what therapy isn't, right? So I think actually like this is sort of like one of the main purposes of the stream actually to educate and like what therapy can be. If you, yeah. And how therapy is actually like can be individual as well. Yes, the moderators are mods since last Thursday. So we got to like become like a bit bigger as a community. Um, so it actually turned out to be quite important um, to yeah have some mods. Yeah. Um, hmm. Okay, I think we're going to the bunnies today because none of the mental health streams are online. So we're gonna go to the bunnies. Yeah, I know. But I wanted to wait until it's necessary. And also just to, I mean, making somebody a mod is like a very important choice, right? Like who you pick to represent to your community. So I felt like because I had such a big switch with the community, um, I wanted to wait a bit to see who might be a good pick, I guess, and who sticks around longer and everything. So, and with the mods, we actually also added slow mode. Um, and yeah, that's also pretty new. So that's since like Thursday last week. But it's also very, very important to, yeah, for me to be able to like read through chat and like not be like super far behind. And for the chat messages to sort of, yeah, I guess like holds, be like a bit more reflected and like especially if we talk about topics which can be quite like emotional, right? To still be able to like I guess like easier maintain this like vulnerable and really nice vibe we have going on here. So yeah. Yes, I said bunnies. Yeah, exactly. Um so then I'm gonna wrap up the stream. Uh So quick information, like quick, like sort of summary. Like, can you do like the topic summary of the stream, Indiana John? That would be amazing. And then I'm just gonna do a quick summary of like sort of like what's been new for us in like the recent few weeks. So first of all, the new thing is the slow mode. We have it like for 30 seconds right now. And at the moment we're excluding subs, but that might change depending on like how good it's gonna work. And then we got like two new mods, being Indiana John and Fluffy. And then we have a new bot on our Discord server, which is providing us with good news and inspirational stories and hopeful stories and happy stories. And then we have another bot, which is sort of providing us with hopeful and positive mental health memes or live memes, I guess. And yeah, that's I guess like the new thing for the Discord. Apart from that, I'm already like sort of like talking with Indiana John and Fluffy, or like planning a bit on like on sort of like future projects for our community and how we can like make this community even better. So I think I'm gonna make like a message today asking if there's like anybody who can provide us with a with a Minecraft server, because I think that would be a really nice way for the community to build friendships, and I think friends is something we can like, which is good for everybody, right? And then the other new thing is that yesterday on the Discord, I sort of like purged the Discord again. So we kicked everybody who wasn't active for 90 days, sort of past like 3 months, to make sure that everybody feels like they know the people on Discord, and it's like safe to share there, and yeah, like get like a positive or like a reaction from people you have seen in stream. There's a command where you can show in chat who the mods are, and there are other names which do not sound familiar. Like the mods are usually like Zach, so like my husband, and well then Indiana Jones, Fluffy, and all the other ones are just bots. So it's like Nightbot needs to be a mod, Streamlabs needs to be a mod, and then like there's this other one who bans like bot accounts, like follower bot accounts and stuff like this. So yeah, there's quite a bunch of different mods we have going on. Because there is like these follower bots got like quite a lot like a couple of months ago, and that's why I added a bot which is banning automatically like known bot accounts, to make sure that we don't get like follower botted, or that if we do get follower botted, it's like not as big of a problem because like half of them are banned already. And then I think like Stream Elements is also there, and like yeah, like a bunch of bots. Exactly. So the good news is especially something I'm like proud of. I think like having good news as sort of balancing out all the bad news is like really important to shape hope and a positive outlook for the future. So that was something which yeah, was really important to me. I know, Asta, but we're wrapping up the stream. It's fine. Yeah, exactly. So the first one is a bot. The second one was my second account. The third one is my shop account. Then Indiana. Then Nightbot is a bot. Scammers is a bot. Seribot is a bot. Stream Elements is a bot. Streamlabs is a bot. Zach is my husband, and Zombie Fluffy is our other mod. So Scammers is like our own bot, and Fourth Wall is my shop. So don't worry, Full Host, everything is fine. Oh, sweet of you to come back to say that, Money. And thank you. Mm. Where's our sheep throwing that in a circle on Discord? What? It's not a sheep, it's a pole. But I don't know what you mean, but it's a pole. Yeah, it's a pole throwing ass, yeah. You're correct. I animated it myself. So. All right, everybody. So with that, you've got like all the like new information, and then I'm gonna now host everybody over to the Cute Bunny TV. And yeah, we're gonna see each other on Thursday, hopefully. So on Thursday is going to be the next mental health stream. It's going to start at the same time like today. So for CET people, that's 12. For UTC people, that's 11. And for ET people, that's 6 a.m. And then here's the Discord. So if anybody wants to join the Discord, that's our Discord server.
then like every stream VOD is gonna be uploaded to YouTube. So if you are sort of like wanting to rewatch some like advice I gave or whatever, or hear about how I think about other topics, like that's your possibility to do so, because on Twitch I can't keep the VODs forever. And then if you want to support me or just look for some like cool stuff, this is my shop. So there's like tabletop RPG assets, streamer assets, and also like a bunch of like clothing designs I made, which are around the topic of mental health. So yeah, this is like one way to support me as well. And with that, I'm just gonna start the raid already, because that's gonna take a couple seconds. So, as sort of last advice or last thing I'm gonna say is thank you all for being here. Thank you all for being vulnerable and taking part in making the stream like a really wholesome community and supportive as it is right now. Without you all, this wouldn't be possible. And thank you, Fan, again for the gifted sub. That's really amazing. And so, yeah. Thank you all for being here and having been here today. Even just as a lurker or viewer, like you all know, on Twitch, viewer numbers are important. So thank you for your support to making the stream like be seen easier from other people and getting the name out there. And then we're going to see each other on Thursday. Yeah. And if you want to sort of like help me sort of present this community a bit better, you can always do so by, i.e., like making clips of very nice moments, or on the Discord to write a testimonial or sort of like a feedback to the stream and like how you enjoyed it, how you liked it, and how it helped you, and essentially like help other people be able to trust us here. So thank you, everybody, and see you guys next time. Bye! We made it on time!